Bian Changxi had unknowingly lowered her gun, hiding in a corner to focus entirely on controlling her plants. Even while hiding within the base daily, she had never slackened in her cultivation. Now, her control over both the wood system and the psychic system was incredibly proficient. Gu Shu had originally not wanted her to come on this raid, but how could she let such a ready-made opportunity for practice slip by? A multitude of people popped out from all directions. After the first few suffered losses, they immediately changed tactics, hiding behind cover to fire cold shots and release abilities. Bian Changxi quickly drove her vines to form a massive shield in front of her. This fence-like barrier blocked the wind blades and metal knives coming from a distance one by one. Through several deliberately left gaps, she fired wood spikes and flying knives with a whoosh. Both sides exchanged fire. The expensive vases in the corridor were shattered, the luxurious wallpaper was riddled with holes, and the overhead lights were destroyed in seconds, plunging the surroundings into dimness. Bian Changxi used her infrared goggles to capture heat signatures. If they were exposed, her wood spikes and flying knives would take their lives. If they were behind cover, a flick of her wrist brought out a large-caliber pistol. She would blast them to death. For those who fearlessly charged straight at her, she would quickly lean out from behind the shield, her long blade flashing as she cut them down. She also experimented with switching freely between her two abilities and her firearms and blades, doing so with ease. Shadow was crouched at the door of the room opposite her. Seeing a group of people surging up from downstairs, he immediately threw a grenade. The modified grenade exploded with increased power, shaking the ground incessantly. Billowing smoke and the mist he released permeated everywhere. Within his own mist, he was like a god. He could see everyone clearly. He moved like a ghost, treading with light steps. While harvesting lives from a distance with mist blades, he twirled a sharp dagger in his hand. Often, he would get behind someone before they even noticed him, but in the next moment, the blade would have already slit their throat. He was also using these people for practice. The agility he had honed fighting beasts during the day was swift and fierce, yet silent. Before the apocalypse, if a mission involved assassination, it was usually his job. After the apocalypse, fighting zombies and mutant beasts made killing humans a rare occurrence. Killing these ability users was quite different from killing ordinary people in the past. Since mist blades emitted energy fluctuations, it was hard to be stealthy, so he had to rely on his hands. It was worth pondering over. In just half a minute, the two of them seemed to have turned on cheats, engaging in a massacre. Perhaps someone realized they were grinding these people down for their own training, because a voice finally rang out from Sun Buchun's room, unable to bear it any longer. "You go too far." An air vortex swept out, and a figure flashed from within. Debris flew across the entire corridor, as if a hurricane were passing through. A black shadow blurred before Bian Changxi's eyes, like a tiger descending the mountain. A chilling killing intent was already pressing against her nose. She raised the vine shield, simultaneously folding it several times to make it thick and hard, while she sidestepped to avoid the blow. SHWA, the vines were fiercely pierced by a giant arrow condensed from air. The edge swept Bian Changxi's shoulder, shredding her specially made night combat suit like paper. She stumbled 2 steps, feeling a stinging pain in her shoulder. She took off the infrared night vision goggles and looked at Lin Kun, whose eyes were bursting with murderous intent. While dodging his attacks, she beckoned to the ground. 2 flat things sticking to the floor suddenly spiraled up, entangling Lin Kun from his ankles and spreading upward. She raised her hand again, and 2 vines shot out from her palm, binding his wrists. Lin Kun smiled grimly. "Old tricks." Bian Changxi kept a cold face. Several flying knives suddenly flew out from near her left hand, stabbing toward Lin Kun. He laughed. "I said old tricks." Without moving his hands or feet, an air shield appeared out of thin air in front of him, like a spatial vortex, sucking the flying knives in and then shooting them back out in the opposite direction. They all rushed toward Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi's expression changed. His improvement was fast. Her gaze turned torch-like, as if becoming tangible, staring tightly at those flying knives. Invisibly, the knives seemed to be blocked by a hand, then fell dejectedly from midair. She grabbed the vines and pulled. Lin Kun was uprooted and suspended in the air, limbs splayed. Lin Kun seemed surprised she had this move. He wanted to break free immediately, but suddenly felt that nerve-paralyzing substance trying to drill into his body through the vines again. He hurriedly channeled his energy to resist. With this distraction, Bian Changxi used all her strength to swing the vines. Lin Kun spun in the air like a top. The vines wrapped around him layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the man turned into a green cocoon and fell to the ground with a paw. Bian Changxi leaned against the wall, panting heavily. With this, he should be out of tricks, right? Her vines possessed great strength and toughness. Suddenly, the cocoon on the ground expanded and expanded, then burst open with a bang. Lin Kun jumped out, glaring at Bian Changxi with rage. He grabbed at his thighs, and two strangely shaped knives appeared in his hands. He roared furiously, "You are dead." There wasn't much space to dodge behind Bian Changxi, and she knew very well that in terms of close-quarters combat, she was no match for the man before her. But before she could release her ability, the opponent had already pounced. That speed was faster than his air arrows. Bian Changxi hurriedly took out her Tang sword and blocked it in front of her with a backhand grip. But the violent impact didn't happen in the next moment. Lin Kun's forward momentum came to a sudden halt. He stared at his right hand with disbelief. His right hand paused in midair, veins bulging and trembling slightly as if fighting against some force. In the empty space, the air slowly rippled. A hand appeared on his arm. Following the arm, a person revealed his towering figure, sharp, cold brows and eyes, an arrogant and fierce aura, looking at him as if he were a dead object. Lin Kun was greatly alarmed. "Gu." Before the word "shu" could be uttered, Gu Shu's hand twisted somehow, and Lin Kun was heavily thrown to the ground. Bian Changxi's eyes widened as she watched the two men engage in rapid hand-to-hand combat. The moves were too fast to see clearly. She only heard the poo-poo-pa-pa sounds of fists and feet, sounding like bones crashing hard against bones. She exhaled the breath she had been holding, watching their exchange with heart-pounding fear. Just listening to the sound made it seem painful. Why didn't Gu Shu use his ability? Fire could have burned him to death. However, she didn't have time to be a spectator. Although the fight was thrilling and spectacular, the others weren't dead. She had only relaxed for 2 breaths when an ice blade grazed her ear. The chilling aura made her shiver, and she immediately threw herself back into the battle. There was no doubt that the ultimate victor of this raid was Bian Changxi's side. Half an hour later, in the messy and chaotic living room, the corpses had been dragged into the guest rooms. Lin Kun, with limbs twisted unnaturally, bruised and bleeding, lay bound on the floor. He seemed to retain a shred of consciousness, spitting blood continuously, his eyes filled with resentment and venom. Sun Buchun was also bound hand and foot. The difference was that his injuries were lighter. There was a trace of panic and guilt in his eyes, but his expression was desolate and helpless. I had no choice. I look glorious, but in reality, my life and death are controlled by others. If I didn't do what they said, my life would be lost immediately. Besides, I risked my life to warn you. Otherwise, how could I have said such obviously threatening words during the day? Wasn't that clearly telling Miss Bian to come for revenge? Anyone who thought about it would know a trap was set here. Bian Changxi looked at him with a sneer. So this counts as tipping us off. Present in the room, besides her, Gu Shu and Shadow were Xiao Feng, Xiao Yun, and Wu Dalang. The first 3 had breached the villa, while the latter 3 had set up outside. When the action started inside, they were quietly and quickly cleaning up enemies outside. Otherwise, someone should have rushed in by now. This villa was effectively sealed off by them. Gu Shu sat in the center and said to Sun Buchun, "No need to quibble. You once acted against Changxi. Long ago, we placed informants around you. We know your actions and conduct like the back of our hands. I won't say everything, but at least half. Did you think I really didn't know your hostility and malice? His face was cold, his eyes flashing with murderous intent and a touch of mocking anger. All along, to avoid causing a huge uproar, he had been very tolerant of Sun Buchun. He hadn't taken revenge for Bian Changxi or settled scores with him. Holding back had been quite unpleasant, yet this man dared to strike again. From that moment on, Sun Buchun was a dead man in his eyes. Tell me everything you know, and I can make your death quicker. Sun Buchun was also a man of the underworld. Someone who dared to smuggle, frame people to put them in prison, and silence their families. How could he be a coward? The previous helplessness and begging for mercy were all an act. It would be best if he could bluff his way through, but if not, he wasn't someone who would cry and lose all dignity. Seeing Gu Shu like this, he knew this man wouldn't give him a way out. He laughed loudly, to think I made thousands of efforts to stand above 10,000 people, only to run into two tough nuts, two thorns even more arrogant than me. Bad luck indeed. He stared at Gu Shu. Don't be smug. There is always someone stronger. It's uncertain who will laugh last. He then glared fiercely at Lin Kun. The culprit who caused my death, you and the people behind you will die a terrible death, 10 times more miserable than mine. Finally, he looked at Bian Changxi and smiled maliciously. You seem very calm. Aren't you afraid I'll tell your secret? If you want to say it quickly. You think I care about what you think I care about. What you think can put me to death is irrelevant to me. She sneered. Even if the whole world knows, who can do anything to me? I have no intention of using this so-called secret to harm anyone. I have a clear conscience. Who doesn't have a few secrets? Why must I be troubled and annoyed just because I don't say it? If this tests out people who suspect me because of it, then I should really applaud and celebrate. If it attracts admiration, jealousy, research, or capture. With 3 systems in my body, would I lack attention anyway? The so-called secret can't threaten me at all. But what I hate is your self-righteous, calculating attitude. You think you've caught me by the short hairs. You think a few sentences can make me submit. Joke. I came here not because I fear threats, but to make everyone who dares to touch me pay the price. Damn it. Always harping on about the secret, isn't it just rebirth and a farm? Is it that amazing? Is it that worthy of research? Bian Changxi admitted that initially, she did care about it, worried about being exposed. But with the growth of her abilities, the change in her mindset, and the emergence and public knowledge of the space element and psychic element, whether she was reborn or had a farm gradually ceased to be a means for others to attack her, both subjectively and objectively. Even when she compromised with Wen Mingli back then, it wasn't because she feared Wen Mingli's big mouth spreading gossip to the world, but because she was afraid the journey north would be affected. She had also thought that since it was no longer a matter of life and death, confessing to Gu Shu and the others wouldn't be a big deal. Seeing how strong their acceptance capabilities were, they surely wouldn't think she was a monster and try to burn her to death. Gu Pei and Xiaoyun would probably even eagerly ask her about the previous life. But being threatened time and again, facing pressure on this matter repeatedly, the stubborn ruthlessness in her bones was forced out. Motherfucker. So what if she didn't say it? Could she be isolated by them, ostracized by them, and then have nowhere to stay, ending up miserable like a rat crossing the street just because of this? It was her business to begin with. Why did she have to say it? If we're talking secrets, she had plenty. Skipping class, lying, beating people up, cheating, destroying public property. Did she have to recount these one by one? Everyone holding a chicken feather as if it were a command arrow, acting as if presenting this reason meant she had to prostrate herself on the ground, giving whatever was asked in fear and trepidation. Did she look that easy to bully? Bian Changxi muttered fiercely in her heart, maintaining a cold and indifferent expression on her face. Without looking at the expressions of Gu Shu and the others, she cast a cold glance at the stunned son Buchun and walked away. Outside, the cold wind blew thoroughly. The winter night in December was cold enough to make one shiver deep in their bones. Even though Bian Changxi was a very impressive wood user, she still couldn't completely resist this cold, especially since she had just fought. Her body was a bit weak, and when the wind blew on her sweat, she couldn't help but shudder. She rubbed her shoulders and looked up at the pitch-black sky dotted with a few stars. Suddenly remembering the night she died, she felt a sense of loneliness for no reason. There were so many people around, yet at this moment, she felt there was only herself under the heavens. It wasn't resentment or sadness. Her stubborn refusal to speak was awkward. To Gu Shu and the others, it might even seem like she didn't know how to consider the big picture. If a rift formed, she brought it upon herself. She knew the logic very well, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Her mouth seemed plugged, her throat refusing to let out air. When she got stubborn, she was incredibly obstinate. Perhaps in a few hours, she would recover. But at this moment, she felt lonely. She felt desolate, empty inside, with the wind from the whole street pouring into her heart. She stood at the outer edge of the villa's lights, raising her hand to hold down her hair blown messy by the wind. Her usually dark and bright eyes fell silent, losing all luster as she gazed wistfully at the dark, empty street. Like the last piece of floating ice on the water surface, drifting aimlessly, unknown where it was heading, and liable to melt and vanish at any time. While she stood in a daze, her shoulder suddenly felt warm. Someone had appeared beside her, gently touching her shoulder, his gaze soft and without any grudge. "You got hurt again. Does it hurt?" Bian Changxi looked down. Her left shoulder, where the clothes were torn, was badly bruised and swollen, with the skin scraped. She hadn't even noticed. She raised her hand and touched it. Soon, the bruising disappeared, and the skin was as lustrous as before. She slowly let out a breath. Some wounds could disappear, but others, even if suppressed for a while, would appear later. Even if they didn't appear, it didn't mean they didn't exist. Between her and him and anyone else, there was a gap of 7 years, a lifetime, a measure of life and death. Those who hadn't walked through it hand in hand would probably never understand. But she didn't need him to understand. She had always known what she wanted. She tried hard to suppress the chaotic thoughts in her mind and actively reached out to hug his lean waist, drawing warmth from him. "Gu Shu, this time, don't let me be alone." In the end, Sun Buchun didn't say anything. Not only did he not speak, but he also told Bian Changxi that he hadn't told anyone about her rebirth, nor would he tell anyone in the future, including Lin Kun. But his request was that he hoped she could destroy Wen Mingli. Losing to Gu Shu wasn't much of a regret for him. He knew he couldn't compete with Kei. But he couldn't tolerate Wen Mingli's betrayal and manipulation. Being played by a woman, especially one who relied on him, was even more shameful and embarrassing. Bian Changxi didn't quite understand this person's thinking, nor did she agree. Sun Buchun wouldn't die, not because they didn't dare to kill him, but because a major bloodbath in the neighborhood would implicate Gu Shu and the others. As for how to deal with him, that wasn't something Bian Changxi needed to worry about. Lin Kun, on the other hand, was dead as a doornail after being interrogated, and his men were all silenced. This night raid incident began silently and ended quietly. At dawn the next day, the wind and snow were heavy. After the guards at the west gate opened the city gates, a short, fearful scream rang out. A splash of hot blood spilled onto the snow. More than 10 guards fell dead within 5 steps in an instant. According to witnesses, an agile and fierce beast leaped in at that moment, killed people, dragged away 2 corpses, and disappeared into the vast snow. This incident struck the first note of the Sioux City base being plagued by mutant beasts. That day, all 4 city gates remained tightly closed, trapping everyone inside the base. Only relevant investigation teams went out to search for clues in the boundless snow. They didn't find many clues, but they found the mutilated corpses of duty personnel on the 4 main roads from yesterday. as well as the remains of people who had left the base yesterday or earlier, abandoned in the wilderness. When Bian Changxi heard the news, she thought to herself, "It's coming." Mutant beasts starting to harass the base, followed by the zombie army. In the repeated defenses, the base's confidence, perseverance, unity, and combat power would decline successively. Then people would abandon the base and flee. The remaining people, amidst heavy casualties time and again, would also have to painfully leave this sanctuary. The last time, people were overwhelmed by the zombie tide before they could retreat. No one could calculate how many lives were lost in the base. Of the people from the Sioux City area, less than 1 in 5 eventually reached the capital. However, she was also puzzled. According to her memory, the mutant beast invasion in her previous life happened after the beginning of spring. The freezing weather wasn't favorable for them either. Only after the weather warmed up and many hibernating animals came out of their holes, facing food shortages after a long winter, did they set their sights on the human base. Calculating carefully, it should be 2 months from now. She thought about it and probably understood. It must have been that flock of birds. Although it was man-made, the birds came arrogantly and left arrogantly, dyeing a patch of sky thick with the smell of blood. Such a massive momentum clearly gave ordinary mutant beasts a hint. Human bases could be attacked, were easy to attack and retreat from, and it was easy to get benefits from them. That goddamn K. Through Lin Kun's confession, everyone already knew that the so-called summoner was one of K's people. Using the base as a practice target was also K's idea. Disregarding consequences, bringing pain to so many people in advance, it was simply lawless and audacious. Anger was useless now that things had come to this. The base held an emergency meeting and organized defense troops. Teams had to be stationed at all 4 city gates every day to stand guard and alert. There also had to be patrols outside the base. At first, only some major factions needed to send manpower. But after encountering scattered beast groups, loopholes were everywhere. The base was huge, and there were places without walls. Strict guarding was needed everywhere around the perimeter. Otherwise, letting even one beast in would cause terrifying casualties and public unrest. From then on, they started conscripting manpower from the civilians, somewhat similar to ancient conscription. This day, it was Gu Shu's turn to guard the south gate. Before breakfast was finished, news came that a large-scale beast herd was coming from the south, mixed with zombies, running towards them. They seemed to be chasing people, the messenger said, panting. It's a huge group of people running in front, with mutant beasts and zombies chasing behind. They are running in disarray. They will probably run right under the south gate. These days, with the beasts restless, survivors coming from all directions either had their paths cut off or were repeatedly harassed on the road, making it hard to reach the base safely. Zhu Yiming's rescue troops were worked to death and suffered severe casualties, often coming to harass Bian Changxi to ask for medical treatment, so Bian Changxi had an idea of the situation. It was estimated that some survivor group was too large and the target too distinct, attracting big trouble. The defending general, Senior Colonel Xiang Ting, said that the Jiangcheng group is responsible for the South Gate today. He dares not overstep his authority and act on his own, so he asks you to go quickly to discuss a countermeasure. He's afraid that if it gets serious and we refuse to go out, he'll have to bear all the pressure alone. Gu Shu hadn't intended to go personally, but hearing this, there was no harm in taking a look. He took Gu Pei, who wanted to see the world, and Milk, who needed exercise, and went out. Afterward, they took a detour to the military camp, where 1,000 selected and fully equipped men were ready. Bian Changxi didn't go out. Looking at the thick goose feather snow outside that wouldn't stop falling, she had no desire to leave the house. How nice it was to practice her ability at home, and when tired, sit on the warm big bed to read, listen to songs, or sleep. Oh right, she also had to go to the audit department to work later. She was busy to death. Although she hadn't revealed her secret, everyone's attitude toward her hadn't changed in the slightest. Even the housekeeper like Xiao Feng, who thought the most and had the biggest imagination, didn't give her any attitude, as if nothing had happened. This made her very ashamed and feeling a bit unworthy, so she usually hid in her room. But she found herself particularly irritable today, unable to calm down even when sitting, as if something important was about to happen. Thinking it over, she changed her clothes and decided to go out. Where to? To the south gate. It was hearing about the situation there that made her restless. After the mutant beast attacks, the base's city gates had been raised by 10 meters, totaling nearly 30 meters of wall. On top, there were passages for people to move and fight, towers for duty and lookout, and battlements for placing machine guns and shells. When Bian Changxi arrived, facing the wind and snow, she saw a row of soldiers wearing thick protective suits and helmets. They had gun holsters strapped to the outside of their bodies, pistols at their waists, and held rifles or machine guns in their hands, patrolling slightly. But mostly, everyone was in position, their expressions solemn and ready for battle. Inside the main gate, the snow had been swept clean. There were no idlers. The road was spotless. Several reserve teams were waiting, and there were quite a few officials busily planning routes. If people swarm in later, immediately separate them and take them away. Send them to the guest house first. If the guest house can't hold them, set up tents on the streets and open grounds. In short, appease them. Don't block the roads. No rush on the check-in procedures. Bian Changxi saw a familiar person gesturing and shouting commands loudly. Looking closely, it was Li Bao. Not far from him, smiling sweetly, was Yang Xiaowen. Oh my, it had been a long time since she'd seen Yang Xiaowen. By now, a trend of socializing had become popular in the base. Those who were beautiful and had some background or channels would target capable people with a beauty offensive. Strong individuals also had a habit of gifting beauties to each other. Over time, the term social butterfly spread. However, the two famous social butterflies from her previous life were obscure this time. Last time, Bian Wei performed well, so Bian Changxi privately raised her wages several times. She was still working as a female worker in the water plant, remaining a decent woman. As for Yang Xiaowen, she hadn't been seen again. Rumor had it she was working as a secretary or something similar beside Li Bo, who had been promoted, the director of the external reception office. Sending flirtatious glances and holding hands with experts and potential stocks, entering the base wasn't a very sleazy job. It was a beauty strategy to liven up the atmosphere and reduce friction in the reception work. Bian Changxi didn't take these two to heart. Seeing them acting quite upright, she couldn't help but wonder if the two social butterflies from her previous life had both gone straight. A cordon had been set up at the scene, and Bian Changxi was stopped. She took out her ID card. I'm from Jiangcheng. Here to join today's defense. Seeing her, Li Bo immediately greeted her with a smile. Miss Bian, are you here to see Major General Gu for something? Compared to his previous bandit-like air, this man had become much smoother. He initially got his official position by borrowing Gu Shu's power. Although they lost contact later, in the eyes of outsiders, he already had Major General Gu's label. Plus, he actively ran to Gu Shu's team, and after interacting back and forth, he was promoted from deputy director to director, with Gu Shu's influence playing a part. So facing Bian Changxi, this favorite of the Gu faction, he dared not be negligent. The contempt and calculation from when they were in Jiang City were gone, as if he were a completely different person. Bian Changxi was a bit unaccustomed to this man's diligence. I'm here to help. Then please enter, please enter. News came from the front. A conservative estimate is 20,000 people. If they swarm in, order must be maintained. Ordinary people can't get close to here. People haven't arrived yet. Not yet. Heard they were blocked by zombies. Commander Ju's rescue troops have already gone. But it's just over 10 miles away. It should be soon. Yang Xiaowen saw that Bian Changxi's black down jacket wasn't thin. yet she wore it with a slender, body-shaping feel. The fur around the hood set off her exquisite and delicate face. Standing in the falling snow, she looked so pretty she seemed to glow. People around were secretly looking at her. Yang Xiaowen felt a mix of envy and jealousy in her heart, a sour bitterness. When they first met, it wasn't like this. The gap was too big. Too big, so big that even jealousy was powerless, and she constantly worried if Bian Changxi would retaliate for the slighting in the past. Before, she was lawless, but after half a year, having seen countless people more lawless, arrogant, and unreasonable than herself, she knew better. She played with words. Others played with knives, guns, and heads. Anyone with a brain knew to restrain their temper. After changing her mindset, her understanding of Bian Changxi's status and energy became more profound. She said with a hint of ingratiation, it said they came from the south, the Hong Kong area. Really strange, isn't there a base there? Traveling thousands of miles. I heard several warships came along the way too. They seem to have quite a background. Hong Kong. Warships. Bian Changxi frowned. She hadn't heard of this in her previous life. She looked up at the city wall, narrowed her eyes, took out a pair of wide-rimmed glasses without prescription from the farm, put them on, tightened her collar, and climbed the steps. Gu Shu was holding binoculars, occasionally saying a few words to Gu Pei. Digging a moat outside the city in ancient times made sense. If we had a 5-meter wide river in front of us now, or even 3 meters, or a ditch, we could avoid zombies and mutant beasts directly impacting the wall. Of course, it could be designed more thoughtfully. As he spoke, he looked up, his eyes shining in the snow reflection, revealing a trace of surprise. You came. Milk, who was lying lazily on the battlements looking ahead, also sat up, barked happily, and scrambled over. It's quite boring inside every day. Bian Changxi caught Milk and looked down at the vast whiteness. As far as the eye could see, there was almost no color other than white, yet there were scattered buildings, rocks, and undulating hills. The front wasn't a flat plain visible at a glance. Small black dots of people were running near and far on the snow, digging something against the clock. What are they doing? Digging traps. Gu Shu glanced at her, his gaze seemingly saying maybe. Gu Pei interjected, that's burying landmines. Suddenly, several snowmobiles rushed from the distance, people on them waving bright red flags. Gu Shu's face turned solemn upon seeing this. Prepare for battle. The 2 words were passed down heavily, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The people burying mines immediately retreated. Before long, the ground vibrated faintly. The first to appear in the field of vision were relatively uniform military combat vehicles, comically flying brocade flags with a huge Zhu character clawing in the wind. This was Zhu Yiming's field regiment. Compared to the beginning, the expanded field regiment had changed significantly. Not only had it absorbed many ordinary people, but it had also become more and more like Zhu Yiming's private army, over which he held supreme command. A month or so ago, he even marked the vehicles and uniforms with the Zhu symbol. This made Zhu Yunma and others very angry. For those few days, the topic of poaching the state's corner flew all over the streets and alleys. Many veterans talked to Zhu Yiming, and many investigations followed, but in the end, Zhu Yiming still swaggered around, labeling the team with his surname. Gu Shu said this was one of the signs that Gu Jian HWA was preparing to break away from the main force. Disaster hadn't struck yet, but these birds of the same forest in Sioux City base were already preparing to fly separately. Only a few combat vehicles led the way. Behind them were vehicles of all shapes and colors. Trucks, buses, business vans, off-road vehicles, sedans, motorcycles. They scrambled forward with a rumble. However, the snow was so thick and slippery that vehicles accidentally got stuck in pits, unable to climb out no matter how hard the tires spun. The cars behind, if steered well, avoided them immediately. Those with slower reactions crashed straight into them, often flipping over. People fled their cars in panic. It was chaos. Bian Changxi was shocked. It was like being chased by evil ghosts. Indeed, they were evil ghosts. The roar of the beast herd and the shrieks of zombies could be heard faintly. Continuous machine gun fire, shouts almost drowned out, everything indicated what was happening behind. One could even see rolling snow dust there, approaching like a tidal wave. Gu Shu hadn't expected it to be like this. With the people still nearly 10,000 meters away, he ordered the main gate opened and 2 columns of soldiers sent out. From afar, they waved batons and held megaphones, demanding the convoy enter in order. But those people had lost their composure. In a few moments, they blocked the entrance impenetrably. Even firing warning shots was useless. Gu Shu's face was grim. He grabbed a gun and fired several shots poo-poo-poo downwards, accurately breaking car windows or smashing rearview mirrors, not hurting anyone but having a great deterrent effect. He shouted clearly, "Throw the drivers out for me. Drive the cars apart first, then come in one by one." The soldiers below immediately complied, smashing car doors like robbers, dragging out drivers. One person drove, while another held a gun to intimidate the people inside. The vehicles jammed together, slowly separated, then drove into the main gate quickly and orderly. The vehicles coming behind didn't dare to act rashly, seeing this. From a distance, they lined up in 4 parallel rows. The entrance width could accommodate 4 cars, passing simultaneously. Once inside the base, the cars just drove forward. Heaven and earth were big, but not blocking the entrance was the biggest rule. After vehicles entered like this for a minute, what appeared in the distance were no longer cars, but people on foot. Whether they had just fallen off cars or had been running on 2 legs all along, this was the true desperate sprint. Not far behind them were the mutant beasts. The field regiment drove cars to cover the humans, resisting the mutant beasts to the death. Only by doing this could they squeeze out a sliver of a chance to escape. Otherwise, those red-eyed beasts could catch up in minutes. Bian Changxi sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Shu saw this wouldn't do. Order today's adjutant to take 500 men and go out to meet them. Bian Changxi asked, "If the mutant beasts reach the city gate but there are still people who haven't entered, what do we do? Will we close the gate? Or lower rope ladders?" Gu Shu still had the leisure to smile. "You think you're filming a TV show? The gate can't be closed, and ladders must be lowered too." He asked the soldiers beside him, who is Earth type. "Come out, a few of you." Immediately, people stepped forward, all sturdy and burly men. Gu Shu ordered them to pile earth against the wall, outside the city wall, to form a ladder shape. Rough was fine, but it had to be walkable. Then, after the vehicles had mostly entered, he had them pile a screen wall-like structure in front of the main gate, blocking the entrance directly. Then, outside the screen wall, they piled a few more walls, staggered and interspersed. This way, people could still enter the gate by winding through, but the speed of the mutant beasts would be greatly discounted. Finally, he ordered everyone inside the gate, except for combat personnel, to evacuate. He set up an ambush inside so that even if mutant beasts broke in, they could be annihilated immediately. After doing all this, a large number of mutant beasts appeared in view. There were still humans among them. The army below killed their way into the beast herd to save people, while those above fired guns. Wherever it was most critical, wherever it was most needed, they fired. Those who felt guns weren't effective used abilities if they had them. More than 10 of the most excellent snipers lay on the wall, looking through scopes, shooting the most agile and fierce mutant beasts, such as mutant cheetahs and mutant lions. These had either escaped from zoos or come out of deep forests. Others watched closely. Wherever the beast herd was concentrated and there were no humans, they detonated the landmines there. With a bang, a thunderous noise rang out, and snow splashed at that spot, as if a pure white yet fiery flower had bloomed. People ran into the base one by one. As soon as they entered the main gate, they collapsed on the ground. Li Bo immediately waved people over to carry them away one by one, loading them onto cars and driving away when full. Some people didn't have time to go through the gate, so they climbed up the earthen ladder using both hands and feet. Soldiers on the wall pulled them up, dragged them aside, and then returned to their posts to shoot. Fortunately, those below weren't humans and wouldn't shoot back, so they fired with abandon. Suddenly, two half-human-sized white cranes with slender and light bodies flew low and fast over people's heads, stopped on the earthen wall, and spat two ice spikes poo-poo upwards. Two people above were caught off guard. One was pierced in the center of the brow, the other in the neck. They fell with a cry of awe. "Man down." Chuik helped them down. Gu Shu looked over, but Bian Changxi had already run over. "I'll do it." "You continue." Bian Changxi squatted beside the two wounded. Without needing to look much, she covered the neck of the person bleeding profusely with one hand while examining the one with the spike in the brow. Fortunately, the moment he was hit, he had dodged backward, or perhaps the ice spike didn't have that much force. It wasn't deep. She pressed on his heart and said to the person whose whole body was trembling and skin turning purple rapidly, "Hold on, you'll be fine, hold on to this breath." While telling someone nearby to pull out the ice spike, she quickly moved her hand to his forehead. In this short interval, a boom came from below, and hot flames soared into the sky. Someone cried out in a low voice, "Holy crap, fire type." And an AoE skill. Bian Changxi turned her head and saw Gu Shu step to the edge of the wall, shouting, "Move." To those below. A small fireball flew from his hand. Although the fireball was small, it was red to the extreme. As it appeared, the air seemed to heat up by 2 degrees. Moreover, as the fireball left, it rapidly expanded. It collided with a fireball rushing up from the ground. The whole world was dyed red, followed by a bang as it exploded. A section of the battlements was destroyed, stone chips flying. Bian Changxi turned her head sideways. At the same moment, a roar came from the ground, along with the grinding sound of fangs. This was obviously a fire-type beast. Milk, who had been put aside by Bian Changxi, jumped onto the battlements, gave a low growl at the bottom, its furry cute appearance instantly becoming ferocious. Leaning back slightly, it jumped down. Sounds of horse fighting came from the beasts below. Bian Changxi was anxious. She patiently stabilized the two wounded and handed them to the waiting wood type. "Don't bump them. Carry them down steadily." She went to the edge to look. A tiger, white as snowflakes with only a tuft of fiery red on its head, was pressing down on Milk. The sizes of the two were completely incomparable. It looked like the tiger could swallow Milk in one bite. But in fact, the tiger couldn't bite down. Milk's paws pressed against its chin and neck. Suddenly, its right paw waved. From the paw pads, claws abruptly extended, growing more than 10 centimeters long, curved, cold, 4 blades, like a master craftsman's most outstanding work. They flashed with a beautiful, deadly arc, clawing at the tiger's neck. SHWA, a chunk of flesh along with white fur was torn off. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, drenching Milk completely red. Its mouth grinned, and the fangs on both sides elongated in an instant, biting into the wound. The tiger struggled desperately, spewing flames from its mouth. A ball of flame could turn the snow on the ground and the earth beneath into a hollow cavity, but Milk seemed glued to its body, claws scratching mercilessly. Gradually, the tiger lost its strength, let out a roar of unwillingness, and fell sideways. Milk probably sucked the essence blood again and left the tiger's body. But it no longer grinned or bared its teeth in satisfaction, wandered around acting spoiled, or slept like before. Its forelimbs gripped the ground, body crouching low, head tilted slightly. Its beast eyes, turned slightly red, were cold, revealing an unignorable bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Coupled with its wet, blood-dripping body, it looked particularly terrifying. Let alone people, even the equally fierce mutant beasts nearby were afraid, screaming and hurriedly moving away. In the next moment, Milk leaped up, bounded twice on the ground, and pounced onto a huge brown animal resembling a dog and a bear. Bian Changxi watched its heroic and fierce performance, her mouth agape in shock. Was this still her milk? The lazy, cute idiot that would bite her pant leg whining, climb all over her, and sleep its way from the floor to her bed and into her arms. Gu Shu said she would spoil it, but look what he had taught it into. Seeing Milk slaughtering so cruelly and indomitably, her heart felt cold and a bit painful. It was like her child had suddenly grown up. Although he could face all dangers bravely, she was worried and couldn't bear it in her heart. Milk's appearance seemed to open a breach. Within 5 meters of it, except for those entangled by it, other mutant beasts dared not approach. Humans naturally dared not approach either, but they could stand on the edge, borrowing its might to catch a breath. The result was that the chaotic people gathered around Milk. Further out were the mutant beasts. With humans and beasts separated a bit, the people on the wall fired madly, coordinating from above and below to carve out a bloody path. Bian Changxi watched for a long time, confirming that this guy was divinely brave and unassailable by ghosts or gods, before slowly breathing a sigh of relief and looking away. She happened to see a car overturn, and several people escaped from inside. There were women and old people, as well as young men. Originally, they all had weapons and weren't very far from the main gate. If they supported each other, there was a high hope of reaching it successfully. But after running 2 steps, the men threw off the women and old people, seemingly cursing scram, and rushed forward desperately. Bian Changxi raised her eyebrows. In the apocalypse, the old, weak women and children were indeed easily abandoned targets. But having supported them this far, this was the last step. Abandoning them at the last moment like this gave her a terrible impression of these men. She saw 2 strange-looking animals, seemingly squirrels but extremely fast, catching up to the women and old people. Opening their mouths, they spat out dry, yellow stalks that wrapped around their feet, causing them to fall. She hurriedly sent several wood spikes whistling from her hand. The animal's fur was extremely thick. Even though Bian Changxi aimed for the belly, mouth, and eyes, she only grazed their skin. Fortunately, with this delay, Gu Shu's men arrived, escorting them towards the base. More and more people entered the base, and the mutant beasts outside became denser. The source in the distance was still increasing, and the snow was a mess of filth and blood. Where was there any white left? Gu Shu had already ordered the 500 men to retreat in batches, waiting only for everyone to enter before closing the gate to defend. Just then, an amazing scene occurred. Many of the people who had entered earlier insisted on going back. They took megaphones and horns and blew them together, fired firecrackers into the sky, fired salutes, and set up speakers to play pre-recorded sharp trumpet sounds. They crowded into a corner of the open space inside the main gate. Although their ears hurt terribly from the noise, they still used all their strength to make the loudest, sharpest sounds possible. Everyone watched in shock, completely puzzled. Gu Shu asked Zhu Yiming, who had walked up the city wall, what are they doing? Zhu Yiming gulped down a bottle of water and went to open a second one, shrugging. I don't know, their tactic, I guess. The situation was urgent. I didn't have much communication with them. After the noise lasted for about 10 minutes, and the front of the base was mostly cleared up and ready to close the gate, people saw a group of people emerge from the farthest reach of their vision. They rode motorcycles, black and red motorcycles with wide tires that sped across the snow surface as usual. While speeding, they fired guns backward or used knives in their hands to hack down the mutant beasts, chasing closely beside them. Behind them was a massive pack of mutant hunting dogs, black, brown, big, small, like a boiling angry wave, making one's hair stand on end. And behind the hunting dogs were actually swarms of zombies. Those zombies were scantily clad with ruined bodies, but their speed was surprisingly fast. Stretching out their arms and howling, they chased like demons and ghosts. Oh my God! Are those zombies? Run, run! People exclaimed, panicked, tensed up, and trembled with fear, shouting encouragement for those people. The people who had entered earlier surged toward the city wall, waving their hands and shouting, Captain Zheng, Captain Bai. They are our saviors. Officers, please save them. They fell behind to delay time for us. Bian Changxi shook her head and muttered, these people are really capable, attracting so many. Suddenly, a lead dog-like mutant dog leaped up, stepping on the backs and shoulders of its kind, as if flying. People's eyes widened as they saw it knock a white-clad person off a motorcycle. The two rolled together into the muddy snow. The dogs behind swarmed up. The other motorcycles, even those that had run ahead, turned around and came back, driving away the dog pack, trying to save the white-clad person. The people here also became tense. Because there was still some distance, they were out of range for guns and most abilities. Only Gushu moved his hands. Fire blades and fireballs were fired continuously. Each one killed a mutant dog or even knocked it flying. With his help, those people quickly drove away the dog pack and pulled out the white-clad person fighting the lead dog. He was no longer in white clothes, but a person mixed with black muddy water and scarlet blood. Seemingly frail, he exploded with infinite strength. Even though the dog was several times his size, he held on firmly without losing the upper hand. Immediately, people only felt a golden light shining brilliantly before their eyes. The mutant dog was pierced by this light, froze for a moment, then shattered into pieces of bone and collapsed softly. A trace of appreciation flashed in Gushu's eyes. Such a strong metal element. The man coughed urgently, gasping for breath, and stood up with the help of his companions. Even though he was covered in filth, breathing rapidly, and his face was quite wretched, facing a faint ray of sunlight, his perfect features, determined eyes, and superior temperament still made people secretly cry out good. Only Bian Changxi's admiring gaze changed instantly. Her body snapped straight, and she exclaimed, impossible. Many people heard Bian Changxi's low cry. Her expression of extreme shock, a mix of surprise and joy hard to distinguish, drained all color from her delicate face, leaving it pale as snow. Gushu pushed through the crowd and arrived quickly. What's wrong? Her 10 fingers dug into the stone battlements in front of her, nails breaking and blood seeping out, yet she felt nothing. She stared fixedly ahead, turned her head stiffly to look at Gushu, then looked back at that spot. Number. Impossible, how could he? That bewildered and helpless glance, shock, fear, shrinking back, expectation, confusion, a myriad of emotions melted into one. The light in her eyes trembled rapidly, just like her trembling voice, striking like a steel knife into Gushu's heart. His breath hitched, pupils constricting slightly. Looking at that person in the distance again, a bone-piercing sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's him. Wasn't it said he was in Country M? Separated by an ocean, likely unable to step on this land for a lifetime. But Bian Changxi couldn't hear his voice anymore. Her ears were ringing loudly, and her eyes could only see that shadow. Childhood sweethearts, forced apart during the most raw and painful years. The scenes of the 7 years of desolate darkness in the apocalypse flew by. A lifetime passed in a snap of the fingers. Calculating carefully, it had been more than 10 years since she had seen this person. Appearing so unexpectedly. How she had once prayed that the heavens would let her see this person again. But looking at the sky, she only saw dark, boundless seawater. Every time she walked in the swarming crowds, surrounded by strange faces, her heart screamed and mourned. Every time she looked back, there was no one. In this world, there was only her. For so many days and nights, she guarded the memories and longing for this person. She didn't know why she lived, but relying on this method allowed life to have a sliver or two of light. Until death. But now this person appeared before her eyes. Before her brain could react, she landed in the muddy snow. Ahead were the rushing motorcycles, the dog pack, and the zombie horde. She charged forward, waving vines with both hands. The mutant dogs were swept up and flew into the sky. Countless ice rods, steel-like wood spikes, and countless thin, narrow flying knives left the strings in the wave of a hand, the snap of a finger, the flicker of an eye. They cut open the necks of the dog pack, sending them tumbling away. Then that person approached. Disregarding the high speed, he jumped off the back seat of a companion's bike, rolled on the ground, got up, and ran desperately. Bian Changxi had fantasized many times that in her previous life, the distance between the two could be this close enough to touch. She looked up dazedly at the young man who was now more than half a head taller, looking at his wretched face, brilliant smile, and beautiful eyes weeping with joy. He reached out and hugged her tightly. "Shaoxi, it's really you. Shaoxi, I found you. I found you." Gu Pei looked at the two hugging tightly under the city wall, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and looked at his brother with his heart in his throat. He stood facing that direction, like a tall and silent pine on a cliff. The veins on his hands clasped behind his back bulged one by one, trembling repressively and slightly. Yet his face was extremely calm, so calm it was as if he had cast an indestructible mask. His eyes were like a bottom-milliliter cesspool. After a moment, the corner of his mouth slowly outlined a cool arc. With coordination from inside and outside, and after paying a small price in blood, everyone finally retreated into the base before the zombies caught up. The steel gate slammed shut with a bang. The mutant dogs retreated to the earthen wall and crashed directly against the main gate, pouncing and scratching with loud thuds. Behind them, the corpse horde howled, opening their bloody mouths and extending long nails with inhuman, decaying, and terrifying faces. Looking down, it was a dense mass, very much like hungry poisonous snakes, disgusting to the extreme. Before instructions come down from the base, do not act without permission. Our mission is to guard the main gate. Gu Shu ordered the earthen ladder destroyed, then issued this command. He led Gu Pei down the city wall, followed closely by the Bloody Milk, who, like Gu Pei, carried worry and unease. The three of them looked like a complete family right now, the latter two even seeming to share a common enemy. The people around, whether Gu Shu's subordinates, people from Jiang City or acquaintances, secretly cast strange looks, even observing secretly. Inside the main gate, on the flat ground, motorcycles lay askew. People sat, stood, or leaned, unbuttoning their thick coats, breathing out white vapor, panting and exhausted. Li Bo had people bring water, food, and towels, but didn't know what to do with these people for the moment. Even if they hadn't seen the scene outside the gate, Bian Changxi jumping down and her heroic, tough actions caused gasps of surprise. Moreover, she came in holding hands with that man. Even a blind man could see there was something fishy. He secretly watched the two. The man held Bian Changxi's hand, speaking with excitement and joy, but Bian Changxi was obviously distracted, her face pale and dazed. She didn't look happy. Instead, she looked like she was about to faint at any moment. Then Gu Shu came down from above. The people in the base fell silent in unison, as if by some ghostly coincidence. Their gazes went back and forth between him and Bian Changxi. Major Gunneral Gu was a big celebrity in the base, and a big favorite, almost a household name. Bian Changxi, the wood element great doctor, the owner of a warehouse-sized space no one could guess the size of, and the great farmer who grew crops extremely fast, her fame was even louder, if anything. That these two were a couple was something many people knew. The motorcycle guys laughed and cursed at each other, celebrating their survival. Some were already chatting with people in the base, trying to figure out what kind of base this was. A foreigner with yellow hair and blue eyes punched the chest of the young man who was overjoyed beyond measure, saying with a somewhat awkward accent, "Hey, buddy, is this the girl you always talk about? A beauty, ah. Those moves just now cool. You kid finally got your wish." He smiled foolishly, his satisfaction and gratitude obvious to anyone. However, that girl made Bian Changxi shudder violently, finally waking up from her dazed state. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits returned, and she saw the current situation clearly. The confusion in her eyes faded bit by bit. Although her body was still panting from the short, high-intensity battle, her brain finally started working. She stared at the hand being held tightly, still feeling a bit like she was dreaming. Then the surroundings quieted down inch by inch. Not just quiet. It could simply be called dead silence. Her body froze completely. Others looked up in surprise, seeing the man walking down the steps. Handsome, determined, beautiful, rigorous, and carrying a few traces of coldness. The thin black combat uniform showed off his strong physical quality and perfectly highlighted his tough temperament and graceful demeanor as a leader. Anyone with a bit of sense could see that this was a superior who meant what he said and held power in his hands. And he was strong, extremely strong. These outsiders couldn't help but hold their breath, thinking secretly, "Is this the base's leader?" Bian Changxi looked up stiffly as his footsteps approached. Her previous actions were almost driven by instinct. Only now did she feel waves of guilt, impropriety, and unease, along with an unspeakable remorse. The hand on her wrist suddenly felt incredibly hot. She slowly looked up to meet Gu Shu's heavy gaze. Her lips trembled twice, and she immediately looked away as if afraid to face him. Her mouth was dry, her heart panicked, and her breath short. Her whole person was a bit chaotic. Whether subconsciously or consciously, she pulled her hand out. Gu Shu's steps paused imperceptibly, and the depths of his dark eyes softened slightly. Naturally, few people could discern the interaction between the two. Unlike ordinary people, the motorcycle guys were obviously much stronger in ability and courage. Even though Gu Shu appeared with great momentum, they weren't afraid. Instead, they slowly gathered together. One of them, a man in his 40s wearing deep brown, thick protective clothing, stepped forward 2 steps. "Your Excellency has an impressive air. You must be the base's officer. We came from the Hong Kong area, 51 people in total. We heard the Sioux City base was established by the military and came specifically to seek refuge. I am Zheng Mingcheng, the captain of this small team. This is Bai Heng, also a captain." Gu Shu withdrew his gaze from the headboard, lip-pursing Bian Changxi, swept over Zheng Mingcheng, swept over Bai Heng, and then looked at the gathered motorcycle riders, speaking slowly. 51 people. You aren't together." Zheng Mingcheng knew he was referring to the people in front. "Oh, we only met them a day ago. Although we indeed came from the same map, we shouldn't count as being together." "Is that so?" Gu Shu extended his hand. "I am the leader of the Jiangcheng group in the base, Gu Shu. I am not the direct person in charge or an official of the base, but I can still welcome your arrival on behalf of the base." The two shook hands. Bai Heng walked up and also extended his hand with a smile. "Bai Heng." "Hello, Officer Gu." Gu Shu looked at him, raising a playful smile. "Captain Bai, I've heard your name for a long time." The two powerful hands also shook together. Bai Heng was stunned. "Heard for a long time." Gu Shu's gaze probed toward Bian Changxi. "Wouldn't it be too estranged not to introduce us?" Bian Changxi's hair, wet with sweat, stuck to her forehead, making her skin look even paler. She looked at Gu Shu, slowly lowered her eyes, then looked at Bai Heng. Her soles rubbed against the ground for 2 steps, and she spoke with difficulty and confusion. "Let me introduce you. This is my friend Bai Heng. This is my superior, teammate, and..." She stopped here, not knowing what she should say, or rather what she shouldn't say. Her head was still very chaotic. Bai Heng suddenly running from the other side of the Pacific to right in front of her. This matter was too sudden, too incredible. Gu Shu's gaze almost crushed her shoulders. She had the urge to flee. And current. She couldn't say the word lover. Actually, in front of others, and between the two of them, this word had never been spoken. He confessed, she accepted, and then they naturally got together, but there was no ceremony or language to declare it. So when this word suddenly appeared in her mind, it felt so abrupt and uncomfortable. No, that wasn't the reason either. She needed to calm down. She needed to calm down. Gu Shu's eyes were deep. Suddenly, he smiled, not letting her hem and haw there. He interrupted loudly, "Since he is Changxi's friend, he is my friend." How about I arrange a reception banquet for you? Late at night on the street, a Land Rover crouched in the shadows where the streetlights couldn't reach. Outside was the sound of party revelry. There was no champagne or delicacies, but there were small party poppers. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers, people laughed, cried, and sang. Two people came out arm in arm to sober up, looking at the straight, tall streetlights, exclaiming, "This damn base, how rich is it to even have streetlights? Do they have electricity to burn?" The other said, "I asked the landlady. Electricity is tight right now. Only the Jiangcheng group area, the high-end residential area, and the administrative district have streetlights on, and even then, it's just 1 or 2 per street." Jiangcheng group, Jiangcheng group. I've heard this term all day. Is that Jiangcheng boss the Major General, named Gu we saw today? Can a Major General be more powerful than a Lieutenant General or a General? Heard the military big shots in this base can't compete with him. He nudged his companion slyly with his elbow. Hey, isn't there a future in following him? Our Captain Bai's girlfriend works under him. We can enjoy the benefits of proximity. Inside the Land Rover, a lighter clicked crisply and a flame lit up. Gu Shu brought a cigarette close to the flame, took a deep drag, and then exhaled slowly, filling the car with smoke. He leaned back in the seat, resting his forehead on his hand, watching the dim lights and swaying figures in the simple, cheap restaurant. The sounds of joy and noise were blocked out by a car door. He didn't know how long passed. As he smoked his third cigarette, a slender, thin figure walked out. She looked up at the night sky and exhaled deeply a few times. The streetlight shone on her face, reflecting a bleak calmness. She wasn't happy. Gu Shu didn't know what emotion he should feel about this. His chest faintly ached. While he certainly didn't want to see her overjoyed, seeing her in a dilemma and depressed, he actually felt heartache. Gu Shu, how low are you going to let yourself go? He muttered to himself. He saw a person chase after her, and under the light, they became a pair. That man was indeed extremely good-looking, almost perfect. Under the night light, he looked picturesque, especially with his eyes so gentle and joyful they could drown someone. He had seen such infatuated types before in the capital, anomalies among the children of powerful families. To pursue their beloved, they racked their brains and gave whatever was asked. Everyone laughed at them for being sentimental, but later they got what they wanted, having excellent relationships with their ice beauties that made others envious. He seemed to want to take her hand, but she dodged. The two saw the Land Rover. She was stunned, seeming to hesitate. But in the end, she walked over slowly. Gu Shu opened the passenger door. She stood outside. "You came to wait for me." Her eyes were slightly dim, revealing a touch of fatigue, still not daring to face him much. But the light that flashed in her eyes the moment she saw him couldn't lie. "I wanted to see if you would remember to go back." His gaze was direct and clear, undisguised. Bian Changxi felt like a cold moon was shining directly on her head, revealing everything with nowhere to hide. Her limbs were a bit stiff. Bai Heng seemed to notice something, or perhaps he had heard something. His gaze shifted between the two. Clenching his hand secretly, he smiled gently. "Major General, Gu really cares for his teammates. Actually, I can send Changxi back." He paused and said, "I just arrived, and there are still many things I don't understand. Once I'm fully settled, Shaoxi, can I pick you up? It's unsafe for a girl to live alone, but we can be neighbors, just like before, supporting and taking care of each other." Gu Shu's eyes grew colder. He glanced at him faintly, didn't retort, and only said to Bian Changxi, "Guden." Just these 2 words. Bian Changxi looked at him, then at Bai Heng, whose eyes clearly said, "Let me take you home." She said to Bai Heng, "You go back. I'm leaving first." A trace of disappointment flashed quickly in Bai Heng's crystal-clear, beautiful eyes. "All right then, I'll pick you up tomorrow. I hope you consider what I said." Gu Shu's aura became colder. He turned the car around and drove toward the villa. The car was occupied by the smell of smoke and silence. Bian Changxi was a bit unaccustomed to it, such a strong smell of smoke, such an uneasy silence. You smoked? She had never seen him smoke. His habits were excellent. He didn't touch cigarettes or alcohol. Yeah. Not knowing what else to say, she clasped her hands on her lap, head lowered. After enduring for a long time, she said, about me and Bai Heng. I'm sorry. Gu Shu's face was tight and cold. Suddenly, he slammed the steering wheel, stopped the car with a screech, and leaned over until he was almost face to face with her. What about you and him? Broken mirror reunited. Sorry for what? Are you going back to your little first love? Bian Changxi, is he that important? You didn't even want your life for him. Bian Changxi was startled. She hadn't expected him to be so angry at all, and stared at him blankly. During the day, jumping down like that. If something happened. His Adam's apple bobbed. You also said I'm your superior, your teammate. Have you thought about our whole team? I didn't think. Didn't think. Good didn't think. He turned his face away, seeming to want to calm something down, but eventually couldn't help but explode. He suddenly grabbed her shoulders, pinning her against the backrest, his face extremely close. Then what did you think about? We've been in the same boat through wind and rain for half a year. I ask myself if I've been devoted enough to you. Does all of this add up to less than that person showing his face once? Is a first love that worth clinging to? I didn't want to replace him right now, but can you leave a little space for me? Can you be fair? Can you also look at me and think of me? I'm begging you like this. He never thought there would be a day when his emotions would be swayed by a girl, lowering his attitude to a point of near humility. He spoke fast and heavily, his breath spraying over her, smelling of fresh smoke mixed with masculine scent. Bian Changxi could hardly breathe, seeing only a pair of extremely bright, extremely dark eyes rolling with anger. She was almost stunned. Except for that time when she pretended nothing was wrong to fool Juje Qin, causing her injuries to worsen, and he got angry at her later. She had never seen Gu Shu reveal his emotions like this. I didn't mean that. I did not see you. How could she not see him? She was a very awkward, shrinking, and stubborn person when it came to feelings. Although he occasionally felt a bit domineering and forceful, undeniably, he had been waiting patiently for her response. Everything he did for her, careful, thoughtful, trusting, considerate, retreating repeatedly without limit. There might not be a second person in this world who could go to this extent for her. What virtue or ability did she have? How could she let him down? Her eyes suddenly became moist. Gu Shu was stunned, and his emotions suddenly softened, returning to his original steady and unhurried appearance. He slowly let go. All right then. What are you sorry for? For what happened during the day, or for what will happen in the future? If for the day, then everything ends here. He wouldn't pursue her actions. If for the future, everything also ends here. But what ends is between the two of them. If her heart is set on someone else, he, Gu Shu, didn't have skin thick enough to pester her. But facing him, her eyes were not entirely devoid of affection. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Are we really going to stage a love triangle? In the past, he would have definitely disdained it, letting go when he should. But she was different. Just a Bai Heng. Actually, his return might not be a bad thing. As the saying goes, the living can't compete with the dead. He couldn't compete with a memory. But if the enemy is a living person close at hand, it's actually easier to handle. To be human is to make mistakes. To be human is to be imperfect. Light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he thought quickly. Bian Changxi, meanwhile, pulled away and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But how should she say it? She couldn't even sort out this mess herself. He and I grew up together. Our fathers were very good friends, close partners in business. The two of us, plus Bian Quang and a few others, played together since childhood. Playing and playing, we became a pair. He is very good at taking care of people, especially gentle to me. Gu Shu's fingers gripping the steering wheel quietly tightened, his eyes locked on the front. Later, something happened to my parents. Uncle Bai wanted to step in for me to save my father's shares. Then, he got into a car accident, and the Bai family's business also suffered a heavy blow. Although it was only temporary, Bai Heng's mother came to beg me to let go. I broke off relations with Bai Heng. During that time, we fought fiercely. In the end, he was sent abroad by the Bai family, and there was no news after that. I thought I would never see him again in my life. But he came back. Unexpectedly. I asked him just now. He said he returned to the country a long time ago and was studying in the Hong Kong area. Then, why didn't he come to find her in the previous life? In her previous life, she waited for him for 7 years. Because of this belief, she held on, struggled, and suffered, giving up happiness that might have been within reach, leading to countless hardships and hidden but real regrets. Bian Changxi couldn't ask for the answer. She felt lost in her heart, not knowing who to question. Perhaps something changed this time. Perhaps in the previous life, he also returned early like now, but missed the chance to find her for some reason. She really didn't know. The resentment in her heart had nowhere to go, and facing Bai Heng, there was now a knot. From the initial shock to the subsequent ecstasy, she quickly became confused and unable to understand. What if he had returned, but deliberately didn't find her? Just now, he also said his whole family was in Hong Kong, and their foundation had been rooted there in recent years. It was only after seeing the email she sent him that he decisively came north. He didn't say it in those words, but she could hear it. He probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to find her. Her eyes felt astringent, a feeling of disbelief. Actually, before meeting you, I never thought about accepting anyone else. I thought this life would just pass like this. I know. Gu Shu smiled bitterly. You made me rack my brains. If not for half forcing, half complying, half truth, and half fake tactics, he would still be shut out. So the ex-boyfriend was still a boyfriend. He had no standing to challenge that person. At this moment, he was very glad he had been decisive and fast. Actually, he knew very well that even now, the feelings between the two couldn't be called very deep. He just thought he had enough time to cultivate them leisurely. Bian Changxi's gaze drifted away, her eyes landing on the dark houses outside. Her face was like ice on the verge of shattering. But when I actually saw him, I realized. My insistence on being alone wasn't necessarily because I was waiting to get back together with him. I'm not that little girl anymore. What I was holding on to, perhaps, wasn't a romance, but... She suddenly smiled. You probably learned it as a child, the story of Lord Yi who loved dragons. I've been thinking about it all day, the questions circling in my mind. I think I might be Lord Yi. What I wanted wasn't a person named Bai Heng, but a beautiful memory I could look back on and cherish. What she couldn't let go of wasn't the person, but her resentment toward fate, a lifelong regret that could never find closure. Even if there was genuine longing at first, after so many years in her past life, all those romantic notions had been ground to dust by hardship. He hadn't appeared at the right time, so she had endured that period of fantasy alone, relying on memories and affection to survive. Gradually, what Bai Heng represented transformed into a sanctuary where her soul could find rest. A so-called sanctuary must be admired from a great distance. Once that distance was lost, everything would be ruined. She turned her head back, her eyes tinged with cowardice and a self-deprecating sense of release. The passage of time was but a fleeting moment, yet what settled was a lingering weariness, tinged with self-loathing. Don't you think I'm a hypocrite? I said I liked him, but I didn't actually like him. I said I would wait for him, but I wasn't actually waiting for him. I thought my feelings would never change, but they had already changed without me even realizing it. Gu Shu's breath hitched, his heart feeling as if it had been split open by her gaze. He couldn't fully empathize, but he could feel the desolation and weight emanating from her. He had overlooked something all this time. The world had changed drastically, the population had plummeted, and people died in agony every day. Many more struggled through poverty and hardship. Not only was there a shortage of food and water, but the very ground beneath their feet wasn't necessarily safe. People were displaced, homeless, their families torn apart. They couldn't be sure if they would see the next day's sun. They lived every day on the brink of death, in a state of mutual suspicion and cold indifference. This was an era devoid of spiritual faith. His own companions and family were with him, and his goals were clear. He naturally couldn't comprehend that kind of lonely uncertainty. But Bian Changxi was different. Even the cousin she cared about had grown distant. She had no one. The teammates who joined later, including himself, were ultimately outsiders, no matter how well they treated her. Perhaps what she needed most wasn't superior abilities or a life of abundance, but a sense of security and belonging. Bai Heng, or what he represented, was, to put it bluntly, the spiritual pillar she had found for herself. She had been living with this spiritual pillar, even rejecting any factors that might bring change. But now that pillar had collapsed. Her eyes were watery, her focus lost as her gaze wandered. In this moment, she wasn't the wood element user who could save people from the brink of death, nor was she the triple element ability user. She wasn't the tycoon with countless supplies. She was just a simple, ordinary girl who needed someone to rely on. A sharp pain tugged at Gu Shu's heart. In that instant, he finally understood her cowardice and retreat when it came to her feelings. It was like a drowning person clinging to a log, when suddenly a hand reaches out from the shore, asking them to let go of the log. It would take unimaginable courage for her to accept that hand and be pulled ashore. On the surface, he was the one taking the initiative, but the countless steps he had taken couldn't compare to the monumental significance of the single small step she had just taken. He suddenly reached out and pulled her cold body into his arms, pressing her tightly against his chest. He rested his chin on the top of her head. Let what has changed change. That's all in the past. I won't give you a chance to change again. If you want me, I won't let you down. Let me be your faith, Changxi. Let me give you courage. They returned very late that night. A single dim yellow light was left on in the villa. Bian Changxi, her eyes slightly red and swollen, stood timidly in the entryway, peering inside with a surprising amount of apprehension. Gu Shu looked at her and smiled. Afraid to come in? Of course not. She mumbled under her breath and slowly walked in. I'm just afraid of being too loud and waking everyone up. After what she had done during the day, everyone who should know knew. She felt quite guilty and wasn't sure how they saw her now. She had been possessed at the time. It wasn't a situation that required her to charge into battle. Gu Shu took off his coat, turned on the dining room light, and rolled up his sleeves as he walked into the kitchen. You go upstairs and wash your face first. Come back down in a bit. I'll see what there is to eat. Oh. Bian Changxi watched him for a moment, then turned to tiptoe up the stairs like a thief. Suddenly, she heard the sound of running water, and the door to the first-floor bathroom clicked open. Light spilled out, and a person stood in the doorway, staring at her eerily. She immediately started to stammer Shio. Shio. Before she could finish, a wet, reddish shadow shot out and Awu bit down on her pant leg. She looked down to see Milk, his fur completely soaked and matted, sticking to his body in wrinkled clumps. He was also covered in shampoo bubbles and was filthy with black and red stains. He dangled from her pants, looking up at her with pitiful eyes and whining. Bian Changxi clutched her pants and glared at him through gritted teeth. She had told him so many times not to bite her pants. What if one day he actually pulled them down? Goot down from there. Gu Shu poked his head out from the kitchen. What's wrong? Xiao Feng walked out of the bathroom with a deadpan expression. His white shirt was soaked through and also stained black and red. His handsome face looked rather disheveled. He was running all over the place, upstairs and downstairs. He even came into my room, pulling and tugging at me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I grabbed him for a bath. When they came back from outside earlier, Bian Changxi hadn't dealt with him, and Gu Shu was in no mood to groom the pseudofox. He had just grabbed a handful of snow, given him a quick rub-down, and left. The little guy had been running around with dried blood and dirt caked on his fur, restless and agitated. It had annoyed everyone to the point where they lost their appetites, and complaints had been echoing through the villa, nearly casting a gloomy cloud over the place. Bian Changxi could imagine that Milk had refused to cooperate and had shaken water all over Xiaofeng. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Xiaofeng turned to look at her. Her smile froze. She held the dripping milk in her hands, preventing him from scrambling up her body with all four limbs. But Xiaofeng just glanced at her, without saying anything or showing any particular expression. His gaze was faint and ordinary. If you two are both going out, take him with you. No one here can control him. Then he went upstairs. Bian Changxi looked at Milk, then at Gu Shu. Gu Shu smiled and ruffled her hair. He's not a petty person. You two can actually get along well. Go on, get this little guy cleaned up. There's leftover rice in the pot. Do you want that, or should I make some noodles? Bian Changxi entered the farm and tossed Milk into the stream to let him wash and splash around. She quickly cleaned herself up, changed her clothes, and lay down on a lounge chair outside the bathroom screen, staring blankly at the sky above. The sky was a clear, azure blue, just like his eyes, crystal clear, warm, and captivating. She couldn't waver anymore. She closed her eyes for a moment, then glanced at the thriving rice, wheat, fruits, and vegetables, as well as the few leisurely cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks on the opposite bank. After a moment of thought, she pulled a thin string from the edge of the stream, drawing out a hollow box. Opening it, she saw a broken jade bracelet resting quietly on yellow silk. Compared to its initial smooth and lustrous state, the fragments of the bracelet could now be described as breathtakingly beautiful. It was like a long-sealed treasure, finally cleansed of dust. Bian Changxi couldn't find the right words to describe it. Just looking at it was enough to steal her breath away. If the bracelet hadn't broken, it would have been an unparalleled treasure. Ever since the bracelet shattered, the farm seemed to have merged with her body, and the bracelet itself lost its connection, becoming ordinary jade. But Bian Changxi knew these fragments were still useful, very useful. She counted them. There were 8 pieces in total. Because it had exploded, it had shattered quite badly. If it had just been dropped, there would have only been 2 or 3 pieces. She picked up the largest fragment, about half the length of her little finger, and held it up to the light. It was almost transparent. It seemed to have transcended the category of jade and become another substance entirely. But it didn't matter what it had become, as long as it could be made into spatial artifacts. After a short delay, she called Milk over, scrubbed him clean, and wrapped him in a bath towel before carrying him out of the farm. It was cold outside. She found her bare pajamas and put them on, letting Milk lie on her lap while she used a hairdryer on him. The warm air was clearly a great comfort to him. He squinted, his ears drooping, and grumbled contentedly under his breath, nearly falling asleep. By the time Gu Shu brought over 3 bowls of noodles, the 2 of them and Milk were eating warmaliliturcy. She felt it was a true indulgence. However, she hesitated, chewing on her chopsticks. Something you want to say? She said, twirling the smooth, white noodles. It's about Bai Heng. You probably heard. They came by sea on 2 warships. They were forced to stop at a port about 30 kilometers from here because of the shipping channel. There are still over 600 people and supplies left on the ships. They need to go get them. Worried that Gu Shu would misunderstand, she spoke quickly. She was a little scared. Gu Shu wasn't a man without a temper. On the contrary, once his limit was reached, his temper could be quite formidable. His fierce gaze and intimidating aura were enough to make her feel overwhelmed and even a little fearful. I'm not sure if it's accurate to say this, but Bai Heng came from Hong Kong for me. He must have faced many hardships along the way. His companions, his family. I could tell that many of them followed him because of his decision. Although my feelings have changed, his might not have. You want to compensate him. It's not really compensation, just helping out, Bian Changxi said. They all know I have a space, and that it's quite large. Someone suggested it at the gathering just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to move so many supplies at once. Bai Heng. He also asked for my help. Bian Changxi carefully watched Gu Shu's expression and said tentatively, or I could ask Tycoon Chu to go in my place. Seeing her cautious eyes, Gu Shu's heart warmed and his resolve softened. If you feel you need to go, then go. If he really came all this way for you, we must repay that kindness. It's just helping out. You don't mind? Gu Shu smiled. Do I look like such a petty person? You kind of do, she thought. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so angry. Bian Changxi forced a smile. Gu Shu could see right through her. Looking at her still red eyes, he softened his voice. As long as your heart is with me and not him, I can be very magnanimous. Go ahead. I won't force you to distance yourself from him. You grew up together. If not love, there's still familial affection. Whether you can be good friends, ordinary acquaintances, or strangers is up to you. I trust you have a sense of proportion. Bian Changxi was touched. For a moment, she really wanted to hug his arm, but she was ultimately too reserved. She bit her lip. Then, I'll go. His father is also on the warship. I call him Uncle. After my dad passed away, he took good care of me. Repaying kindness is a good thing. But you're not allowed to go alone. You dismissed Lin He and Zhao Anen. It's really a waste of their talent to have them follow me around. A waste of talent. More like they're not useful, Gu Shu thought to himself. With her abilities, it was truly difficult to find someone who could serve as her bodyguard. Let Shadow go with you. I'll only be at ease if he's there. He stopped her from refusing. 30 kilometers is no short trip. It won't be simple. If I were free, I'd go with you myself. In truth, how could he be willing to let her risk herself for Bai Heng? But forcibly keeping them apart was useless. As he said, they had a foundation of more than 10 years of history between them. That couldn't be changed. Although Bian Changxi claimed to have no romantic feelings for Bai Heng anymore, she might not have completely let go. And having not seen each other for years, they surely had a lot to catch up on. Let them interact. Let them talk. Let them get along like old friends. Gu Shu lowered his thick, curled lashes, concealing the glint in his eyes. It was clear that Changxi had idealized her first love. But a living person is never without flaws. When the imperfections of reality contrasted with the perfection of memory, she would truly realize that this person wasn't the one she needed. Only then would Bai Heng's shadow fade and disappear. Moreover, Bai Heng had parents. Bai's father might dote on Changxi, but his mother might not. Changxi wasn't someone who would let herself be pushed around. Hadn't he won her over by accommodating her in every way? Contradictions and friction could only be tolerated after a deep emotional bond had been formed. Is that enough to eat? Auntie Zhao made sago soup. It's in the pot. Want a bowl? He looked at her quiet and gentle face under the light, his gaze growing softer. He thought to himself that, if necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to give things a little push. How could he tolerate the girl he loved having another man deeply embedded in her heart? Before, he had been helpless. But now, Bai Heng had delivered himself to his doorstep. He had said it before. He would fight for her. The next morning, as expected, Bai Heng was waiting early outside the villa complex. After receiving the news, Gu Shu had someone invite him in. It was just after 6 in the winter, and the sky was still half dark. The lights in the villa were on. Auntie Zhao was already busy in the kitchen. Aside from when Gu Shu wanted a late-night snack, the kitchen was her domain. The others were gradually waking up, exercising in front of and behind the house. Gu Shu was leading Gu Pei on a run around the villa. Don't slack off, don't stop. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Head up, chest out, look forward, don't stomp your feet. Gu Pei's physical condition was different from theirs. He was the only ordinary person in the villa. He had already fallen ill several times since winter began and couldn't stand the severe cold. So, after Bian Changxi recovered, Gu Shu's biggest worry was Gu Pei's health. He naturally took his training very seriously, leading him in morning exercises every day. Running was the most basic part, followed by a whole routine. When Bai Heng was brought in, they had just finished their last lap. He patted his brother's shoulder and had Wu Dalang lead him through the rest of the exercises. Then he walked over Kamala Tersi. Team leader Bai, please come in. I wouldn't dare call myself a team leader. Major General Gu can just call me by my name. Bai Heng was dressed lightly. His face was like jade, his figure like slender bamboo, bringing to mind the image of a graceful orchid. His eyes were like stars in the vast night sky, distant and clear, shining even in the dim light. His gentle temperament was infused with an elegant, scholarly air that was very pleasing to the eye. Gu Shu narrowed his eyes. Even if he was clueless about romance, he knew that girls were most fond of this Prince Charming type. Compared to his refined elegance, military men like them were practically coarse. Only Xiaofeng could possibly compare. And he possessed a quality that Xiaofeng lacked: a sense of purity. This was likely a very sincere and pure person. No wonder Changxi, even with her clear understanding, couldn't maintain a firm attitude in front of him. He was the kind of person one couldn't bear to hurt. Gu Shu mentally gave the man a bit more credit. The two sat down in the living room. Bai Heng keenly sensed several pairs of eyes, sizing him up from the surroundings. There was no malice, but no goodwill either. He looked around. Where's Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi. Gu Shu's eyes flickered. Changxi likes to sleep in. The colder it gets, the harder it is for her to get up. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer. Have you eaten? Would you like to have something here? Sleep in. Bai Heng was slightly taken aback. How long had it been since he'd heard that term? After the apocalypse, people were busy surviving, struggling to live. Forget sleeping in. Sometimes they didn't even have a bed. They would just catch a few winks to get by, then wake up early to scavenge for food. To be able to sleep in meant that Xiaoxi was living quite well here. He discreetly observed the villa. His family had also been quite wealthy before. Although their business wasn't as large as the Bian families, their quality of life was comparable. They had spacious villas like this one, but in the apocalypse, they had hardly ever lived in one. This place was tall, spacious, bright, and tidy. It was fully furnished. There was even a powered water dispenser in the living room. He had caught a glimpse of a coffee machine in the kitchen when he came in. It seemed they used electricity freely. The lights weren't being conserved, and the refrigerator, microwave, and rice cooker all appeared to be in use. Nowadays, you could judge a family's economic status and quality of life by looking at their kitchen, or if not, by what they ate and drank. The moment he walked in, the housekeeper here had served him pastries and hot milk. His gaze darkened slightly. With his current abilities, it would be impossible to provide Xiaoxi with such a life. But he figured Xiaoxi wouldn't care. However, everyone knew she had a close relationship with the remarkable Major General before him. He had spent last night gathering more information, and the more he learned, the more uneasy he became. The way Gu Shu spoke of her was also quite intimate. Thank you for the kind offer, but I've already eaten. Gu Shu noticed his subtle movements and smiled faintly. No need to be so polite. While Changxi is still getting ready, let's discuss your plans for today. He met his gaze. 30 kilometers is no small distance, and you're retrieving people from a warship. You'll have to cross a stretch of water personally. Without a comprehensive plan, it could be risky. Changxi is an important partner to us. I don't want to stop her, but I can't just watch her take unnecessary risks. Bai Heng had no desire to reveal his team's plans to an outsider. But under that direct, profound gaze, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Fortunately, at that moment, Bian Changxi came downstairs. She was wearing her coral fleece bear pajamas, her soft, fluffy hair nearly covering her eyes. One hand rested on the banister, her face still drowsy. With each step, she seemed to kick at something in front of her. Walk faster. Are you going to lie down on every single step? I'll kick you down. So lazy. The last sentence was mumbled as she bent down and picked up a ball of white fur. Although her face showed reluctance, one could feel her lightheartedness and indulgence. Her whole aura was gentle. Bai Heng slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on her with adoration. They had been apart for nearly 4 years, and he missed her terribly, but he could never get any news of her. His mother was very strict, and her contact information kept changing. He had almost forgotten what she looked like when she smiled. Compared to her silence yesterday, this cute and gentle girl was the Bian Changxi he knew. Bian Changxi looked up, and the smile in her eyes froze slightly. Her gaze then met Gu Shu's. Team Leader Bai is here to pick you up. We were just discussing your travel plans for today. The word pick you up was slightly emphasized. Bian Changxi was speechless. He claimed to be magnanimous, but wasn't he already getting jealous? However, watching his ambiguous and meaningful expression was also quite amusing. Her focus immediately shifted. She nodded at Bai Heng. Morning. Sorry to keep you waiting. She came down and sat next to Gu Shu. So, how far have you gotten in your discussion? Bai Heng's pupils constricted. You, such an attitude, such a clear distinction between closeness and distance, hadn't been there even yesterday. In his imagination, Bian Changxi should have been overjoyed to see him, running down the stairs, chattering away, and then eagerly pulling him out the door, leaving everyone else behind. She used to be like that. Her dad would always get jealous, saying she didn't want her father anymore now that she had a little boyfriend, which always made her blush and pout. Why was it completely different now? Under the watch of 3 pairs of eyes, Milk was also lying on Bian Changxi's lap, his furry eyes wide open, sizing him up with a gaze that seemed curious but was actually quite profound. He managed to maintain his smile. Instead of answering, he looked at her clothes and said, "Yesterday, I was worried you had changed, but I see you haven't changed at all. You still like to wear such playful clothes." Bian Changxi looked down at herself. A pink background with adorable, playful little bears. It was indeed quite childish. Before she could say anything, Auntie Zhao brought over a glass of milk and said bluntly, "So our Changxi used to be so lively. But you don't like this style anymore, do you?" She said to Bai Heng with regret and helplessness, "Nowadays, she's always wearing either black or gray. We have to force her to wear pajamas like these. Girls should be full of youthful energy, but she's usually too somber. You're her friend, right? You should really persuade her to wear something more colorful." Bai Heng could no longer sit still. He forced a smile. "Shaoxi, I'll wait for you outside." "Take your time." Seeing him leave in a hurry, Auntie Zhao smiled triumphantly. Bian Changxi put a hand to her forehead. "Auntie Zhao." Then she said apologetically to Gu Shu, "I haven't told him yet." Gu Shu nodded in understanding. "Take your time, no rush. Don't provoke him." He paused. It hasn't been easy for him either. Bian Changxi was grateful for Gu Shu's thoughtfulness. She knew it would be difficult for her to immediately give Bai Heng the cold shoulder or ignore him. If Gu Shu had demanded she cut ties with him right away, she would have been in a very awkward position. His understanding gave her some breathing room. Bai Heng leaned against a car. A light snow that had fallen overnight had covered the road in another white blanket. Against the backdrop of the gleaming snow and dim sky, he stood like a sturdy, elegant jade tree, his contemplative expression adding to his charm. People who were up early couldn't help but glance over, secretly wondering who this outstanding young man was that had suddenly appeared. Bian Changxi watched him quietly from a distance for a moment before slowly walking over. Bai Heng. Bai Heng looked up with a smile, but his clear gaze froze slightly when he saw Shadow behind Bian Changxi. And this is Shadow. Everyone was worried about me, so they asked him to come with me. Shadow gave Bai Heng a slight nod, his eyes dark and profound, and said nothing. Shadow, Song and Nian, one of the 5-person team. Mistelement ability user, versatile and unpredictable, excels in infiltration and assassination. Information about the man immediately surfaced in Bai Heng's mind. He had stayed up late last night and paid a considerable price to learn everything he could about the people around Bian Changxi. He did it partly to understand her current situation and partly to avoid any social blunders. But now he somewhat regretted knowing so much. This Shadow's danger level was said to be publicly acknowledged as the highest among their group. There was no clear basis for it, but in any other faction, he would be treated with the utmost respect. Yet now, he was assigned to be Bian Changxi's bodyguard. He once again had to revise his assessment of how much these people valued her. He should have been proud of her, but why was there a bitter taste in his mouth? The many words and questions he had prepared were now impossible to say with this third wheel present. Even without him, that little fox-like white beast was watching him like a hawk, making him quite uncomfortable. He had no choice but to invite the two of them into the car. We came from Hong Kong. We took the sea route from the beginning because the creatures in the sea hadn't mutated yet, and for some other reasons. At first, we were on a cruise ship. Later, we encountered a destroyer with almost nothing but dead people and zombies on board, leaving only 3 crew members. So we borrowed their warship. After the sea creatures started mutating, the cruise ship's mobility and defense were too weak. We managed to get another warship, which is how we safely crossed several hundred kilometers of water. Bai Heng briefly recounted their experience. Bian Changxi asked earnestly, "What's the situation in the sea like? Are the mutated fish very fierce?" "It's manageable. Ordinary mutated creatures pose no threat to a warship. When we were short on food, we would even catch some of the more normal-looking ones to eat. The dangerous ones are usually animals that were already large and ferocious before the apocalypse, like whales and sharks. Once, we even encountered several extremely large and bizarrely shaped jellyfish. We had to use torpedoes to kill them." Bai Heng turned to her and said, "But we still don't dare get too close to the deep sea. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. So if we encounter obstacles in shallow waters, like the water being too shallow or too many reefs and coral, we have to find ways to clear them bit by bit. That's why the journey took us several months." He was explaining why he had been so late. Bian Changxi gave a dry laugh. "Actually, you really didn't have to. For me, there were a total of 702 people on our 2 warships. 52 of us went ashore. We lost 1 person along the way, so the 51 who safely reached the base were the ones from yesterday. We cleared all the visible zombies at the port. On the way, we heard there was a large base here. We asked for directions and found a relatively safe and smooth path," Bai Heng said, talking over her. "Except for the 4 or 5 kilometers near the base, the other areas actually have very few mutant beasts and zombies. Once we get out of this range, it'll be much easier." "Then what about the 10,000 or so people from yesterday?" Bian Changxi asked. "Oh, we met them sporadically after we landed. They gave us directions, and after talking, we found out many of them were from the Hong Kong area or a little further north. We felt a connection, so we traveled together. Unfortunately, we later ran into a group of people while passing through the city center. They brought zombies from the city hospital with them, and that's when the escape began." Thinking back on the chaotic scene, Bai Heng still felt a lingering fear. "We were trapped several times, delayed for 2 days, met different teams, and got separated from many people. The closer we got to the base, the denser and more active the mutant beasts became. We thought we were going to die in the encirclement, but luckily, we ran into the base's rescue team. You were willing to stay behind for complete strangers. Shadow suddenly spoke up. Bai Heng paused for a moment, then smiled. Well, we had the ability to. And we only held off the dog pack and the zombie horde for a short while. It wasn't that simple, was it? Bian Changxi and Shadow exchanged a look. In that situation, as a relatively organized and capable group of 50-plus people, it wouldn't have been difficult to break away from the chaotic mass of over 10,000. Yet not only did they stay, but they also took the initiative to buy time for others. Are there really such good people in the world? The same thought occurred to both of them. Gaining favor. Judging from yesterday's outcome, they were indeed highly respected and appreciated. Bian Changxi had been involved in some of their settlement process and the gathering, so she knew more. Bai Heng and his 51 people had become the saviors and leaders of the masses who had fled into the base yesterday. People sent representatives to the gathering to express their willingness to follow them. The funny thing was, Zhu Yiming had personally led the field regiment to the rescue and lost dozens of men. But no one mentioned his contribution, let alone Gu Shu's people who had escorted them in. It was as if all the credit belonged to these few dozen people. That team leader Zheng Mingcheng's popularity and prestige had skyrocketed, and he was smiling so wide his eyes had disappeared. As she was leaving, she seemed to hear that some high-ranking officer from the base was going to meet with him. Of course, one couldn't blame them. After all, the 51 people who fell behind had faced extreme danger, and everyone had seen Bai Heng get tackled to the ground. The car quickly arrived at the base's main gate. This time it was the east gate, as the south gate was still blocked by zombies and beast hordes, with more arriving from a distance. It was impossible to get out from there. Bai Heng's companions were already waiting, each with a motorcycle. Bian Changxi glanced over. There were only about 30 people. The foreigner who had teased Bai Heng yesterday was his college friend from abroad, Ben. He had come to China with him for a trip. The two were very close. He lowered his voice and said in a strange accent, "Zheng has a lot to do. He also has to prepare a cozy nest for everyone, so he didn't come. He asked me to let you know." Bai Heng frowned. He didn't say anything this morning. Ben glanced at Bian Changxi and pulled Bai Heng aside. The two whispered for a while. Bian Changxi vaguely heard phrases like "decided long ago" and "afraid you'd object." The other 30-odd people stared at Bian Changxi with great interest, as if they hadn't gotten a good look yesterday and wanted to see their fill today. A man fiddling with a pair of ski goggles said loudly, "Hey, you two are dawdling. Are you whispering secrets? We've been waiting for ages." Everyone laughed. Another was even bolder, walking up to size up Bian Changxi. "I don't see what's so special about you. You know, we could have gone to the Chayo family base or the White Tiger base on our way here. But your reputation is so great that as soon as we asked, we found out you were at this base. That's why we took so many detours. You'd better thank us properly." An uncle in a thick cotton coat who looked rather simple said, "You can't put it like that. Sioux City base is the biggest and strongest. If we had the choice, we would have come here too." Some people nodded in agreement. But another woman in a red knitted hat, playing with her nails, said lazily, "That's not necessarily true. Big bases have a lot of rules. Just settling in requires so many procedures. I think a small base is more liberating. We should have listened to me and found a small one." She looked up and saw Milk at Bian Changxi's feet, and her eyes instantly lit up. "What a cute little dog. Let me hold him." As she reached out her hand, a brown, ancient-looking vine shot toward her. Bian Changxi's eyes turned cold. She was about to raise her hand when a golden light shot out from the side, severing the vine in midair. It fell to the ground. The woman's pretty face turned cold, and she glared angrily, but her expression quickly melted into a coquettish pout. Heng, I was just joking. Do you have to be so protective of her? I heard she's already found someone new. I doubt you're still in her heart. Bai Heng's face was ashen. Kara, watch your words and actions. Bian. Bian is here to help us. From now on, she is our partner. I wouldn't dare call myself a partner. I'm just here to return a favor, Bian Changxi said, her face devoid of expression, her gaze sweeping kamiliturcy over the 30-odd people. I'm not here to pay off a debt. If your companions think I owe them and am here to slave away for them, that everything I do is what I should be doing, then I'm sorry. I have many other responsibilities to attend to. I'm afraid I don't have time to be your monkey. Her words stunned everyone, especially the two young men who had spoken earlier, whose faces turned pale and then red. Bai Heng also looked embarrassed, murmuring Shayaxi. She showed no trace of soft emotion, nor did she put on a polite face for these people for his sake. Just as the atmosphere turned stiff, a column of soldiers jogged over. The leader saluted Bian Changxi and Shadow. Ma'am, Officer Shadow, we are here under Major General Gu's orders to escort you out of the base and onto the highway. The Major General also said that at 7 o'clock sharp, he will be at the south gate commanding the operation to eliminate the zombie and beast hordes. He will do his best to draw the surrounding zombies and mutant beasts away. We can then depart when the situation is favorable. A troop of 100 men formed into a perfect square, their movements synchronized, their uniforms identical and solemn. Even the guns in their hands were of a single, modified model. An aura of death emanated from them, inspiring awe. They were far more imposing than the straggling group of 30-odd people. The resentment on those people's faces vanished, replaced by wary curiosity as they looked at the soldiers. Some even showed envy and reverence. In a situation like this, what need was there for him to mediate? Bai Heng thought indifferently. That Major General Gu didn't seem to want Shayaxi to get along with them at all. These 100 soldiers were here to intimidate them with sheer force, and to clearly demonstrate that Bian Changxi had an organization and backing. Anyone who wanted to wrong her would have to think twice. Regardless of what Bai Heng thought, most of his people were happy to learn that these 100 men were here to escort them. At 7 o'clock sharp, although they couldn't hear the commotion from the south gate, the troop leader's communicator, as well as Bian Changxi's and Shadow's, allowed them to maintain real-time contact with the other side and leave at the most opportune moment. People looked at the palm-sized communicators with envy again. Now this was what you called wealthy and powerful. They had only learned yesterday that such new communication devices existed in the world, but not only were they expensive, you couldn't even buy one without status and connections. If they knew that these communicators were developed and manufactured by the Jiang City Group itself, they would probably be even more shocked and jealous. Perhaps because the timing was perfect and they had a 100-man escort, the process of leaving the base was incredibly smooth and calm. After they were out, Bian Changxi looked back in the direction of the base. The sound of gunfire and explosions from the south gate was incessant. A fierce battle was underway. She couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart, but one thing was certain. There was a continuous sense of power, as if her body was filled with strength. The feeling of being protected and supported was wonderful, truly. The 100-man troop prepared to withdraw. The leader said, "We will wait here for you after 3 in the afternoon. If Miss Bian and Officer Shadow have not returned by 4:30, we will go out to search for you." Watching them retreat, the woman in the red hat, Kara, scoffed, "They act like escorting us this short distance is some great favor. If they're so generous, why don't they follow us all the way to the warship?" Her voice was low, but many people heard it. Bian Changxi, of course, heard every word. Her cold gaze shot straight at Kara, and the intimidating aura made the woman shiver. Kara quickly pulled a burly man next to her and hid behind him. "Look, she looks so fierce." Bai Heng snapped, "Can't you just say a few words less?" Then he apologized to Bian Changxi. She's just got a sharp tongue. Don't stoop to her level. Her life had been too comfortable lately. She had forgot what it felt like to be annoyed by such petty remarks. Stoop to her level? Of course not. Bian Changxi lowered her eyes, casually summoned a gleaming black off-road vehicle, and said flatly, "It seems my presence really doesn't agree with your companions. Bai Heng, I have something to talk to you about when we get back." She and Shadow got into their own SUV. The next part of the journey was a highway, which then turned onto a regular road, passed through a small town with sparse buildings, and then wound along the outskirts. In some places, the road was so narrow it barely seemed to exist. Perhaps Kara wanted to see Bian Changxi make a fool of herself, as she kept looking back smugly. But Bian Changxi calmly got out of the car, stored the SUV, and took out 2 motorcycles. She and Shadow each took one, complete with matching helmets, and sped forward with sharp precision, proving to be even faster and more nimble than the others' worn-out motorcycles. Along the way, they encountered scattered mutant beasts and zombies in and around the small town. Bian Changxi had to admit that these 30-odd people were quite effective when they worked together. Bai Heng was even more impressive. As a peak Tier 3 gold element user, he was as sharp as an unparalleled weapon, sweeping through everything in his path. She watched his heroic figure and unstoppable momentum, but her heart felt not a single ripple of emotion. The surrounding zombies were actually more interesting to her. These ugly, grotesque creatures were either the swift speed type, the massive enhanced type, the incredibly strong power type, or those that could release various abilities. Every part of them could be lethal, so everyone was extremely cautious. She and Shadow covered each other, dealing with one after another with relative ease. The only time it got tricky was against the speed-type zombies. Their speed was too fast. You had to maintain distance, or your vision might blur for an instant, and you'd find a fatal wound on your body, like a demon's kiss. Fortunately, both she and Shadow excelled at long-range attacks, so the speed types were mostly killed by the 2 of them and Bai Heng. When it was time to clean up the battlefield, another unpleasant incident occurred. As Bian Changxi was collecting crystal cores, Kara popped up again, talking about the team's rule that all spoils of war had to be handed over to the team leader for later distribution. Bian Changxi laughed. Although she didn't particularly care about a few crystal cores, she hadn't been hunting or going out recently, but her monthly dividends from the water plant alone were a huge sum, and Gu Shu would give her any high-quality green cores he got, so she wasn't short on them at all. Being told this made her determined to take what was rightfully hers. "I'm not a member of your team. Why are you telling me this?" She smashed open the heads of the zombies she had killed one by one. Shadow did the same, and Milk even helped. When they finished, they saw that the 2 of them had killed nearly a quarter of the zombies, and that was with them holding back. Kara and some others were indignant, but with Bai Heng stopping them, they finally said nothing this time. But the rift between Bian Changxi and them was growing wider. Amidst her impatience and the subtle hostility and dissatisfaction of a few individuals, they finally arrived at the port. The scene was one of utter desolation. The ground was littered with zombie corpses covered in snow. Near the shore, boats were burnt, overturned, and damaged, a chaotic mess. In the distance, 2 warships rested quietly on the sea. This was today's objective. They parked their motorcycles next to a warehouse, surrounded by a powerless electric fence, and then dragged 3 motorboats out from the shore. "Half of us will stay on shore to keep watch. The other half will be enough to go back to the ship. Changxi, you 2 can come with me. Being on the water is different from being on land. We absolutely can't let our guard down, but you don't need to worry too much." Bian Changxi didn't refuse. Neither she nor Shadow had experience on the water, and this was no time to be stubborn. From Bai Heng's tone, it seemed they had some trick up their sleeves. She watched as a few people installed 50-centimeter-long steel needles on the parts of the motorboats that would be submerged. Bai Heng explained that these would be electrified. Any weaker creatures in the water that touched them would be stunned, and they would also break apart any debris. Then, a spatial ability user placed a large barrel of raw meat in each motorboat. Bai Heng said, "This is the meat of mutated sea fish coated with a special paste. If we encounter larger mutated fish or other creatures, we throw this out, and they'll be lured away by the meat." She asked what kind of paste and what kind of sea fish. She remembered Gu Shu had once wanted to get the oil and coal from a cruise ship, and his trip on the water had been quite perilous. Before Bai Heng could speak, Kara interjected coldly, "It took us several months of trial and error to perfect this." Bian Changxi finally felt the urge to hit someone. If she weren't determined to see this through, she might have just turned around and left on the spot. Shadow's figure flickered, seeming to dart out, but a moment later he was back in his original position. His expression was utterly indifferent, and he looked at Kara as if she were a dead person. "One more word, and it won't be this light next time." Kara looked bewildered. Seeing everyone staring at her throat in horror, she reached up and touched it. Her hand came away covered in blood. A shrill scream echoed across the port. Bian Changxi's ears were finally quiet. A few of them boarded a motorboat and slowly headed out. Bian Changxi looked at the dark water. Something was swimming towards them, but in an instant, there was a sizzling sound from the steel needles, and the creature sank, dazed. It seemed very effective. As the water got deeper, she noticed the waves churning and dark shadows moving beneath the surface. Clearly, there were large creatures about. Before they could get close, someone on the boat threw out a piece of fish meat. It splashed into the water. The dark shadow paused, as if considering something, and then indeed chased after the meat. She became thoughtful. Perhaps she could ask Bai Heng for some of this fish meat. Thanks to the steel needles and the fish meat, the journey was tense but without mishap. Gradually, the warships became clearer. One was an M-country destroyer, looking much like the ones on TV, and the other was a domestically produced warship. It was hard to tell which was better just by looking. The ships were initially quiet, but then someone whistled and a horn blared. In an instant, people swarmed out from inside the ships like ants, cheering and shouting at the three motorboats. Bian Changxi climbed up the rope ladder onto the warship. Before she could even look around, she heard an extremely surprised and joyful voice say, "Changxi." She turned to see a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance, though he was somewhat thin and weary. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair a bit dry, and his clothes were semi-new. He was staring at her. "Uncle Bai." "Ah. It really is you, Changxi." "It's really you." Bai Heng's father, Bai Shui, took 2 quick steps forward and gripped her shoulders, excitedly looking her up and down. "Changxi, it's so good that you're all right. For the past 6 months, I haven't worried about anyone as much as you. If anything had happened to you, how could I face your father?" Meeting an elder who cared about her was always a happy occasion. Bian Changxi was also a bit emotional. "Yes, I'm fine. Not just fine, I'm doing very well. Bai Heng said you even risked going to the Bian family home and the university town when you passed through Jiang City. I'm really sorry. Sai, we were looking for you in the first place. How could we pass by your home without stopping? Your aunt and I didn't get off the ship. It was all Ah Heng. It's what he should do for you. Back then, when we went abroad, we were the ones who let you down. Changxi, are you Changxi?" A woman in a semi-new mink coat with a somewhat gaunt face rushed over. Bian Changxi's smile faltered slightly, but she said politely, "Auntie Bai." Bai Heng's mother also looked her up and down, her face all smiles. "My, you've grown into such a young lady after just a few years. I wouldn't even recognize you on the street. Seeing you in such high spirits, and to think that Brat Ah Heng was worried sick about you day and night. Now that's settled. He can finally calm down now that he's found you, and we don't have to keep drifting at sea." "Right, Ah Heng." Bai Heng's smile was a bit forced. "Mom, now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and pack. We're leaving soon." Seeing it with her own eyes, Bian Changxi realized that although the two warships looked impressive from the outside, the people on board were living far from glamorous lives. The deck was piled high with all sorts of junk: vehicles, awnings, tables, chairs, beds, pots, pans, and gas canisters. They all looked worn and tattered, but were still usable. Fortunately, everything was stacked within a designated area, leaving a wide path for people to walk. The interior of the ship was even darker and more chaotic. Bloodstains on the corridor walls and pipes hadn't been wiped away, and the living quarters were also crammed with belongings. Every bunk was hung with bags and clothes, leaving pitifully little space for sleeping. The dining hall and activity rooms were also filled with various items. The kitchen was greasy and messy. Staple foods were scarce, replaced by a hodgepodge of ingredients, mostly potato flour. A few bags of rice and flour were locked away in a powerless freezer like treasures. A few heads of keltus were so shriveled they were practically just skin, yet they were reluctant to eat them. The freshwater barrels were scattered about, with only 2 or 3 still containing water, which would likely be gone by tomorrow. Bian Changxi was surprised. Seeing the 51 capable and imposing individuals, she had assumed their group was doing well. No wonder Bai Heng's parents and the others all looked sallow and malnourished. Bai Heng had the accompanying spatial ability users take out food. Everyone would have a full meal on the ship first, and then they would set off with full stomachs and renewed strength. Some of these ingredients had been hastily exchanged for crystal cores at the base yesterday. Some had been contributed by the 10,000 or so people as a token of gratitude. A small portion had been gifted by the base leadership to commend their heroic actions and offer condolences. However, the gifted amount was minimal, just 2 bags of rice and a box of instant noodles. Still, it was enough to feed over 600 people for a few days. Everyone's faces lit up at the sight of the food, and they chattered excitedly, asking if the base was big, strong, and wealthy, and if there was enough water to drink and even bathe. Watching the boisterous scene, Bian Changxi felt an inexplicable sense that this was a group of refugees. Bai Heng looked a little embarrassed. "We rarely get a chance to dock. We have to go ashore to find food every 1 or 2 weeks. Sometimes the situation isn't right. We might only see mountains, or the coastal cities have too many zombies, so we just have to endure. Just last month, we finally found a granary after going ashore, but we ran into an armed group. The spatial ability user brother who went with us was shot and killed before he could even release the supplies. We barely escaped back to the ship empty-handed and starved for several days after that. Luckily, we have 5 water element users on board, so we never run out of water even if we have no food. Everyone has really suffered a lot along the way." After he finished, he suddenly realized his tone sounded a bit like he was asking for credit. He quickly added, "I don't mean anything by it. I was just talking." "I know." Bian Changxi stepped aside to let people carry their luggage past her, then continued walking forward. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask you. Did you really come all the way from Hong Kong just to find me?" She looked him in the eye. "Was it only to find me?" Bai Heng seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Her gaze was so calm, casting an unprecedentedly cool and mature light in the dim cabin. He had never seen such a look on her before. She must have gone through a lot. The thought that he had left her during her most difficult time, and that by the time he returned, she had become so strong and steady that she no longer needed him at all, filled his heart with bitterness. For countless days and nights, he had trained his ability relentlessly, facing down any danger, all so he could become her support. He told himself he had to be responsible, to be capable enough. If he couldn't even take care of himself, what right did he have to talk about taking care of others? But now, all of it was just his own wishful thinking. He forced himself to look away. Yes, but not entirely. Hong Kong is under military rule. There's fighting every day, everywhere. A lot of foreigners have even seized power and declared themselves kings. You know, international trade was very prosperous there, so there were a lot of foreigners. Once those people gain power, we Chinese definitely won't have it easy. No matter how you look at it, the mainland up north is more attractive to us. He ducked under a pipe overhead and said honestly, we debated many times whether to stay there or head north. No one knew what the right answer was. I was the one who insisted on coming back because of you, but I can't deny that there were objective factors as well. We found many ability users whose families and relatives were in the north to travel with us. The land routes were blocked by warlords, so we could only escape by sea. You don't listen to what Kara and the others say. What we encountered along the way has nothing to do with you. They're just used to complaining. It's like they can vent their anger by shifting the blame to you, as if they've done nothing wrong. To be honest, they're all looking for someone too. We've made detours for them and been delayed because of them, and we've run into crises because of it. It's not just you. It's just... He gave a helpless, self-deprecating smile. I can't control what they say. As Bian Changxi listened, she slowly relaxed. She thought she was being very unkind. She wished their appearance here had nothing to do with her at all. So, hearing Bai Heng say it wasn't entirely because of her, she felt a wave of relief. Bai Heng asked with a bitter smile, relieved. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You never needed to bear any of this. As you said today, I'm the one asking you for help, not you coming to repay a debt you owe us. Bian Changxi fell silent. She suddenly stopped and looked at him, puzzled. Why did you? Are you asking why I told you the truth? Bai Heng happened to be standing under a lamp. In the dim yellow light, his eyes were very clear, a true purity, softer than a spring pond and higher and vaster than an autumn sky. At this moment, they were tinged with a faint guilt and melancholy. I know that if I tell you this, you won't feel burdened and can righteously. He struggled for words. Go do your own thing. But Changxi, I don't want to use this favor to pressure you. I never intended to. Everything I did for you, I did willingly. I don't want you to force yourself to be grateful to me because of it. I just didn't expect. I didn't expect you wouldn't want to stay by my side. He had returned with an arrow-like eagerness, overjoyed at their reunion, only to be doused with a basin of ice-cold water. If last night was just apprehension and doubt, then after what happened at the villa this morning, what was there left to misunderstand? Because he liked and cared for her, he was especially sensitive. He knew Bian Changxi's heart was no longer with him. All the frustration, disappointment, and heartache Bai Heng had felt over the past few years combined couldn't compare to what he felt today. He gave a bitter laugh. Look, we've gotten so sidetracked. The things I need your help with are just ahead. Bian Changxi followed him for a few steps, then suddenly stopped. Bai Heng turned back. What's wrong? I'm very grateful for everything you've done. Bian Changxi lowered her head slightly, her expression unreadable. But don't do it anymore. Bai Heng, the past is in the past. I can barely even remember it clearly. But from this moment on, let's end it. Completely. Bai Heng froze, his fists clenched, his throat dry. Didn't we say we'd talk when we get back? Let's go. Bian Changxi's gaze drifted away coolly. Dragging this out won't be good for anyone. You don't want to make him unhappy, do you? Is he that great? The email you sent me back then didn't have this kind of tone. Bai Heng said, agitated. I hadn't met him then. I thought you were abroad. But I'm back now. I used every means possible. I'm sorry. Perhaps you can't understand, but your return was too late. If it had been this time in her previous life, she would have thanked the heavens for his return. But the power of time was too great. It had changed her entire personality. Bian Changxi looked at him quietly, her gaze 30% ruthless and 70% cold. She thought to herself how cruel she was, able to say such heartless things to someone she no longer liked. I thought I would be alone for the rest of my life. He was the one who made me believe that there was still someone in this world who could love me. He was also the one who let me know how much I craved warmth. If I still want to spend the rest of my life with someone, it can only be him. Bai Heng, my heart has changed. The most important things on the two warships were probably the dismantled equipment for ship operation, navigation, and attack systems, as well as the extracted fuel. There was a huge amount of stuff. Added to that were the vehicles they had collected, the warship's own motorboats and lifeboats. It was far more than an ordinary spatial ability user could carry. Although in Bian Changxi's eyes these things were rather dispensable, to ordinary people, they were a priceless fortune. On top of that, with over 600 people, each with their own belongings they couldn't bear to part with, there was simply not enough space on the deck. With only 3 spatial ability users, if they took one thing, they had to leave another. Without putting them in a space, the motorboats would have to make countless trips back and forth. Even after getting ashore, there might not be enough vehicles to transport everything. Although Bai Heng had said he didn't want her to repay him, Bian Changxi intended to settle the debt of gratitude once and for all. After collecting the necessary supplies, she took the initiative to help the people with their worries. In an instant, she was surrounded by a crowd. One by one, pack or tie your things together and attach your own tag. I will return everything to you after we get back to the base, Bian Changxi announced loudly. Bai Heng's mother directed his father, who was carrying quilts, clothes, and even a motley collection of toiletries, water buckets, and rice jars, over with a beaming smile. I never would have thought you'd be so capable now, Changxi. With you around, our family won't have to worry about moving or traveling in the future. Bian Changxi looked at the noble lady, who, even while begging her to spare her son back then, had still delicately held the corner of a handkerchief with perfect poise. Now she had a gaunt, Philistine look on her face. Bian Changxi sighed inwardly. Suffering truly was a butcher's knife. She said aloud, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have my own partners and teammates. I have responsibilities and missions within my team. My abilities don't belong to me alone. They are resources for the entire squad. I only managed to get time off today to come out here. I can't just drop my work to act as a porter whenever someone asks, Bian Changxi said firmly. To bolster her credibility, she gestured toward Shadow, indicating he was one of her teammates. Shadow's cold, murderous aura made Bai Heng's mother shrink back. She had been about to start shouting, but now she lowered her voice to a sharp, shrill whine. What do you mean by that? What mission or team? Our family traveled thousands of miles for you, and it wasn't to hear this kind of talk. In the old world, even the most successful career woman still had to look after her home and respect her elders. Look at you, we haven't even asked you to do anything yet, and you're already making excuses. Bai Heng's father kept tugging at her sleeve, but she saw people nearby looking over and felt emboldened. These people might not like her, but they had lived together for months. Bian Changxi and her companion were the outsiders here. Besides, she felt she was in the right. Who was she afraid of? Why are you pulling me? Did I say something wrong? You and your son talk all day about how wonderful she is. Look, her true colors are finally showing. Someone like her thinks she can be with our Aheng. Our Aheng is a captain of hundreds. 2 ships full of people depend on him for their survival. In the old days, he'd be the CEO of a massive corporation. She didn't realize the weight of her words, but Bian Changxi noticed several people nearby casting cold glances her way. The 2 warships were led by 3 captains. Bai Heng, Zheng Mingcheng, and a middle-aged man named Wei Jiang who stayed on the ships. Zhang and Wei were experienced, successful men of age. Bai Heng was the only one who had become a captain solely because of his superior abilities. While he was well-loved and respected, he was no match for his 2 sophisticated, worldly colleagues, especially with a mother who rubbed everyone the wrong way. Among the 700 survivors, his popularity wasn't actually as high as the other 2. People subconsciously relied on Bai Heng in times of danger, but when it came to major decisions, they preferred the old ginger. Bai Heng's mother's claim that 2 ships of people depend on him for food was bound to offend many. Bai Heng's father glared at her in desperation. Bian Changxi smiled faintly and spoke in a clear, loud voice. "You're right. I really don't want to be with Bai Heng anymore. No, I should say, we haven't been together for a long time. 4 years ago, didn't you almost use a death threat to force me to break off contact with him? Although our friendship wasn't that easily severed, it's impossible for us to be boyfriend and girlfriend again. Don't you think it's ridiculous to use that to threaten me now, considering you're the one who caused it?" Then she lowered her voice. "Auntie Bai, give it a rest. You should know very well that I'll show respect to Uncle Bai and Bai Heng, but I won't show any to you. We practically tore each other's faces off back then. You didn't think I was that forgetful, did you?" Mother Bai's face turned pale. Bian Changxi stopped looking at her and turned to face the crowd, the cold sea breeze whipping around them. "I heard that searching for me caused everyone some trouble. I'll act as a porter today to settle that debt. In the future, if you have trouble, you can find me at the Jiang City group within the base, for Bai Heng's sake. If I have the time, I may help as I see fit. But asking me to drop important matters just to work for others. You're all reasonable people. You know you won't find anyone willing to do that anywhere." The crowd looked at one another in silence. At that moment, the kitchen staff brought out the food. "Come on, everyone. Time to eat. Let's eat on the deck today. Once we reach that base, we might not get another chance to sit together like this. Xiaoling, how about some green onions?" A girl named Xiaoling gave a sweet smile. She took 2 green onion roots from the head chef and held them between her slender fingers. She closed her eyes and concentrated. The roots rapidly sprouted into lush, green stalks. Though people were used to seeing this, perhaps wanting to show off in front of the outsiders, they broke into enthusiastic applause. Xiaoling plucked the onions, grew another batch, and returned the roots to the chef. The chef tucked them away like treasure and warmiliturcy, served the first bowl of potato soup, now garnished with fresh onions, to Xiaoling. She took it, but searched through the crowd until she found Bai Heng. She brought the soup to him. "Brother Bai's here. Have some soup first." Bai Heng had finally managed to coax his mother back. The family sat among their jumbled belongings. Even though his parents were still bickering, looking haggard and worldly, Bai Heng remained exceptionally handsome and striking, enough to make one's heart skip a beat. "Brother Bai, don't worry about it. My teacher always said to prioritize. The most important thing right now isn't leaving this place, but settling down in the Sioux City base, right? I don't quite understand what happened, but it's clear Miss Bian has done well for herself in the base. If you want to win back your family's favor, now isn't the time. I think she just looks down on our family," Mother Bai grumbled, snatching the soup. She smiled at Xiaoling. "Xiaoling is the clever and capable one. She can grow a whole cabbage from a single leaf. That Bian Changxi is so arrogant, but isn't she just a walking warehouse? HMPH, I bet she found some powerful sugar daddy and wants to dump our Aheng. She was desperate enough to write a distress email before, but now that we're here, she's acting all high and mighty." "I told you that email wasn't a distress call," Bai Heng said, his patience snapping. "If it wasn't a distress call, then what was it? You were so secretive about it, and after you read it, you were so distracted you insisted on coming here. Was it a love letter then?" Mother Bai huffed, angry that her son was snapping at her. Bai Heng couldn't reason with her. "I'm stressed enough as it is. Mom, can you just give me some peace?" Xiaoling covered her mouth and giggled. All right. Brother Bai, come with me to get some food. These people get so frantic at mealtimes. If you're late, there won't be anything left." Bai Heng didn't want to deal with her, but seeing his mother gulping down soup and his father drenched in sweat from moving things, now shivering in the wind, his heart softened. He thought he should at least get his parents something hot to eat, so he stood up. At mealtimes, no one cared who the captain was, and since Xiao Ling was on great terms with the kitchen staff, being with her did have its perks. As that thought flashed through his mind, his chest tightened. He was haggling over a bit of food and drink, while that Major General Gu could mobilize 100 well-trained, loyal elites at will, lived in a luxury villa, and drank hot milk like it was water. The gap between them was more than just a little. What right did he have to compete? He couldn't help but look up. Bian Changxi was standing by the ship's railing talking to Shadow. She hadn't looked his way once. His heart finally felt as though it were being crushed, aching with a dull pain. Xiao Ling followed his gaze, her watery eyes flickering. So this was the lover Bai Heng was so obsessed with. She had expected someone sallow, thin, and ragged, someone broken by fear and famine. She hadn't expected her to have such poise. Bian Changxi sensed the gaze and turned her head. Xiao Ling quickly looked away, walking beside Bai Heng like a delicate little bird. Bian Changxi hummed softly, murmuring to herself, as expected, talented young men are never short of beauties. Shadow looked up at her. He recalled what Xiao Feng had told him in private. Keep an eye on her. If she starts wavering or playing both sides, we can't just stand by and watch Shu get played. That's their private business, Shadow had replied. Gu Shu is our leader. Nothing involving him is private, Xiao Feng had said solemnly, as if discussing a matter of life and death. And don't forget, we don't know the situation in the capital yet. If he's going to have someone by his side, she must be entirely devoted to him. So, Shadow the informant began drafting a report in his head. Bian Changxi's performance is quite good. He wanted to help his savior dispel Xiao Feng's doubts. Before he could finish the thought, he heard her continue talking to herself. How come Gu Shu doesn't have anyone like that? Is he not charming enough? Shad. What a strange woman. She turned back to continue their conversation. That fish meat, what do you think? There might be times we need to travel by water in the future. It would be best if we could get the recipe, but it's not a foolproof solution. Bian Changxi understood. After all, it only lured the mutated creatures away. It didn't eliminate them. It treated the symptoms, not the cause. But if they figured out the principle, they could lace the fish meat with poison. There was always a way if one used their head. Once everyone had eaten their fill and packed up, leaving the 2 warships empty, the people reluctantly returned to shore in batches and hurried toward the base. Bian Changxi felt a bit of regret. Setting aside the domestic ships, that destroyer was a top-tier combat vessel. She felt she could have taken it into her space, but with so many eyes around and the ships clearly belonging to others, she had to give up. She didn't want these people hounding her afterward. The return path had just been cleared, so it should have been easier than the trip out. However, the opposite was true. As they passed the area where the zombies had attacked earlier, Bian Changxi felt a sense of crisis. She was now at the peak of Tier 3. Her senses were sharper, and her perception of the outside world through wood energy was stronger. With a moment of concentration, she detected the presence of several living people nearby. They were hiding in the shadows, watching intently. Perhaps they were using binoculars, or perhaps sniper scopes. The feeling was ominous. Her spine straightened slightly as she peered out from behind the car window. Do you feel it? Killing intent. Shadow's hands on the steering wheel tensed, and his posture shifted slightly. It's humans. Likely, the traces of their passage and the fresh zombie corpses had allowed someone to set an ambush. Just as he finished speaking, the lead car suddenly let out a loud bang. It veered sharply into the wild fields, flipping through the air. Parts flew off as it finally slammed down onto its roof. The cars behind slammed on their brakes, but 2 more were hit, skidding helplessly on the road. Shadow immediately said, "Roadblocks." He slammed on the brakes. At the same moment, heavy gunfire erupted. Every few cars, tires were blown out to force the convoy to a halt. Vehicles collided, and then a group of people swarmed out from all directions. The group that swarmed out was leading hunting dogs and riding motorcycles or horses. They held guns, blocking both sides of the road. More people followed on foot, totaling at least 100. Throw out your weapons, Come out with your hands behind your heads. Vast. Hurry up. Kids, bring out the supplies. Men, hands on your heads and squat down. Bian Changxi shrugged. Looks like we've run into a bandit king. Shadow was equally unperturbed, as if the newcomers were merely a swarm of ants. We have ways to leave. But it's just the two of us. Even with Bai Heng, we can't take down this many people instantly. Don't act rashly. Let's see what they want first. Shadow's mission was to protect Bian Changxi. He didn't care about anyone else's life or safety. Since Bian Changxi said to stay, he remained still for the time being. Further ahead, Bai Heng got out of his car and shouted, "This isn't right. We're heading to a major base. Life isn't easy for anyone right now. We're all just trying to survive. Why make things difficult for each other? Cut the crap. Tell them all to get out of the cars." The speaker was extremely aggressive. Bian Changxi looked at the man shouting until his face was red, then at another man sitting leisurely on a white steed. He was dressed like a medieval European aristocrat. Most notably, he wore a mask that covered most of his face. Clearly, this man was the leader. He looked over the convoy as if inspecting cargo. Even when he saw the men on motorcycles raising their guns against his own people, he merely smiled with unmistakable contempt. The man shouting continued, "Leave the cars, supplies, and guns, and we'll let you go." Bai Heng sneered. "You've got it wrong. We aren't exactly outnumbered here." He waved his hand. Seeing his signal, the men immediately stepped out of their vehicles with practiced ease, clutching guns, knives, or clubs. Some kept their hands free, ready to unleash their abilities. The fewer women, children, and elderly were kept inside the vehicles. The opposition fired several shots into the cars and the ground, shattering glass and kicking up dirt. "I'm warning you. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads and squat in the clearing." The aristocratic man on the horse waved a hand. Immediately, snipers and archers appeared in the surrounding buildings and on the distant hills. These people looked more like refugees than the ones on the ships, but their weapons and the predatory glints in their eyes showed they weren't cowards who only knew how to take advantage of others. The masked man nudged his horse forward, laughing softly. "I should thank you for killing those zombies and not covering your tracks. It's been a long time since we've encountered such a large target. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want some essentials to maintain our lifestyle. Everyone's time is precious, so please cooperate. It'll be better for everyone." The shouter then yelled, "Line up and throw your supplies onto the truck. Once you're done, move to the intersection ahead." The two sides stood in a standoff. No one dared to fire the first shot. Even the dimmest person knew that once a fight started, it would be uncontrollable. No one could guarantee they wouldn't be turned into a sieve by stray bullets. Even if one side won, what was the point if they weren't alive to see it? Humans are naturally inclined to avoid danger. If a battle could be avoided, it was for the best. Everyone's eyes were on Bai Heng, while some whispered with the other captain, Wei Jiang. The masked man flicked his riding crop. "Well, if only one side is going to walk away from this alive, it will be my people. You don't deny that, do you? Do you know what happened to the last team that dared to resist? They killed 8 of mine, so I made all 109 of them wish they were dead. The children became snacks for our drinks. The elderly were chopped up as bait for zombies, or used as lamp oil. The women became our slaves. As for the men, they were kept in pigsties and dragged out one by one to feed our hounds. One by one. No one knew who was next. Those blood-curdling screams nearly drew every zombie in the city." He laughed wildly and bit down on a cigar, his eyes fixed on Bai Heng. "So, still want to make a foolish last stand? Still want to gamble with me?" As if to prove his words, the hunting dogs began to bark ferociously, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Then someone dragged out an old man whose feet had been burned off. The flesh on his calves was still sizzling over small flames. The old man's breath was faint, but anyone could feel his agony. Relax, relax. I just want some supplies, not your lives. As long as you're obedient, I guarantee this old man's fate won't be yours. Bai Heng shook his head. Don't listen to him. There's no reasoning with bandits. He's just bluffing. You think you can beat my people? The masked man scanned the crowd mockingly. His absolute confidence caused those who still had a bit of hope to waver. Madman, Bian Changxi murmured from inside the car. His combination of threats, intimidation, and promises had already shaken many people. The madness and bloody cruelty they had just witnessed, combined with the dark muzzles of the guns, were powerful deterrents. Many of these people had hidden on the ships the entire way and had rarely gone ashore. They hadn't personally experienced the cruelty of this world or how human nature had warped. They were completely terrified. These people weren't as resilient or blooded as those who had struggled in harsh environments for 6 months. They didn't have the cohesion of a team that had fought together repeatedly, nor did they possess a will that defied death. Give it to him. Give him the supplies. It's not like they're worth our lives anyway. They have too many guns and too many people. We can't win. Bai Heng had said that these people were mostly ability users initially, but some had died and others had joined. Some had found relatives, and others had been taken in based on personal whims. The latecomers not only had their own agendas and a weak sense of collective identity, but their combat strength was also low. Some were even physically weak and prone to being a liability. They were a motley crew. Out of nearly 700 people, only about 100 were useful. This included the 30 or so bikers from the base, which only matched the number of people the enemy had deployed. But the enemy also had snipers and archers in the distance. Those willing to listen hand over the supplies. The supplies aren't on us. They've all been stored away. The cowards were the first to shout. The masked man tapped his head lightly. Look at me, I forgot. You would indeed give everything to a space user. In that case, mobile warehouses, please step forward. Bai Heng suddenly had a very bad feeling. Sure enough, people looked at each other and then turned their gazes toward the 3 space users. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's only one space user in our team who has everything. She's carrying all our supplies, and she's in that car." The brand new, imposing SUV Bian Changxi became the focus of everyone's attention. Bian Changxi couldn't help but laugh. Shadow suddenly said, "Something's wrong. The number of people they brought and the threats they used are specifically targeted at this group. They came prepared. They aren't just ordinary bandits. And their target is me," Bian Changxi said, resting her chin on her hand. "Who do you think did this? There are many people in the base who want you dead. You don't have to be so honest. Shall we go? I'm afraid the car won't move." The tires had been blown out, and they were blocked by vehicles in front, behind, and to the left. Only Bian Changxi's side was clear, but it was pointed at by dozens of guns. If they abandoned the car, even the 2 of them would find it hard to dodge the enemy's full firepower. It wasn't just hard. It was impossible to escape unscathed, unless Bian Changxi pulled things out of her farm to use as shields for her face while running. But fleeing like that, it seemed a bit too pathetic. She scrutinized the masked man. "What tier do you think he is?" Shadow cast an icy glance. "I bet he can block bullets." That made sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing so boldly in the front. What if someone's finger slipped? Accidental discharges were common. Following the crowd's guidance, over 100 gun muzzles immediately turned toward the SUV. Bai Heng cried out in shock and anger, "Don't!" A bullet stopped him from continuing. The masked man's lips curled. "You're the captain here. Even if your teammates are a bit lacking, as a commander, you must look at the big picture. I'll say it again. I only want the supplies. I won't do anything to your precious warehouse." At the mention of commander, Wei Jiang didn't even dare to breathe. At that moment, the bandits herded the people at the back of the convoy. Several men snatched a few thin, weak children and quickly retreated to their own side. Cries and screams erupted instantly. The masked man stared at the SUV, smoking his cigar leisurely and confidently. On the other side, the people, especially the parents of the children, screamed in fury, "You! Get out here now. I've never seen someone so cowardly. If you're this afraid of death, why are you even out here? Quickly, save my child." Although there were plenty of level-headed people, once the enemy had hostages, they couldn't speak up. After all, the children weren't theirs, and they had no right to speak. No one was going to tell Bian Changxi at this moment, "Don't worry about the kids, don't come out." Bai Heng wanted to say something, but looking at the children who were crying so hard they were about to faint, the words wouldn't come. Bian Changxi sighed. "This guy is good. In just a few moves, he's made it so that if I don't go out, I'm a massive sinner. He won't even have to lift a finger. These people will drown me in their spit." This was a blatant, open trap. At this point, even if she wanted to run, she had to consider if she still wanted to show her face in public. Bian Changxi reflected. Was the opponent's level too high, or was she too weak? Or was this team she was with just too pathetic? Back in the base, by Gu Shu's side, no one dared to be this blatant. Then I'll go down and play the hero for once. With a playful smile, she pushed open the car door. Milk stuck close to her. Shadow was about to get out too, but the masked man spoke again. "Remember, only the space user. Not one extra person. Look, he definitely knows who you are." Bian Changxi shrugged. "Stay in the car and cover me." Shadow suppressed his killing intent and looked out the window, slowly nodding. "Be careful." Bian Changxi then looked at Milk. "You too. Stay here and don't look so glum. I know you're fast. If things go south, you can reach me in time. If you come out now, you're just giving them an excuse to grab you." Milk let out a low whine, looking dejected. His mournful eyes made Bian Changxi want to ruffle his fur. Since this was a targeted operation, they likely knew her abilities and how she would react to danger. As she walked, Bian Changxi scanned the ground, releasing vines to lie in wait. That trick wouldn't work easily with so many eyes on her. She looked at the masked man again. He wasn't afraid of bullets, which meant he either had a defensive ability or incredible reflexes. Her psychic-controlled flying daggers probably wouldn't do much, and neither would wood spikes. So what should she do? She could control plants, and the enemy likely knew that. But even so, she glanced at the short wild grass beneath the horse's hooves. There was still room to maneuver. She had her own enhanced pistol, grenades, flashbangs, laser knives, and even gas bombs. She had scavenged quite a few good things recently. At the very least, she wanted to rip that mask off and see who was underneath. Standing by the truck, she turned to the masked man. "You want me to empty everything out. What do you think?" "That's hard to say. After all, only some of these people are clamoring to trade supplies for their lives. Others might prefer to die with dignity. Why don't you have the ones willing to surrender their goods give me their names? I'll pull their stuff out separately. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unfair to the others? Later on, those cowards might claim someone else's supplies as their own." Bian Changxi stood with one hand on her hip, talking Kamalilatursi. Not only did she ignore the masked man's intimidation, but her words also made several people in the convoy look uncomfortable. She had hit the nail on the head for many of them. Those people were thinking that since everyone's supplies were pooled together, what did it matter if they shouted for them to be handed over? It was impossible to empty everything out completely, and whatever was left would be divided equally. Those who had nothing to begin with thought they might even come out ahead. Bian Changxi's words were clearly cutting off their path to profit, and they glared at her. The masked man looked intrigued. "You don't seem afraid of me at all." Bian Changxi estimated the distance. It was about 10 meters. She was flanked by 4 men with guns, seemingly completely suppressed. She appeared indifferent, as if she didn't realize she was in danger. She countered, "Didn't you say you only wanted supplies and wouldn't hurt anyone?" It's rare to find a bandit with such principles these days. I'm impressed. The masked man's lip twitched. Cut the crap. Hurry up. I told you I need a list first. Besides, your truck is too small. Do you think everyone just carries crystal cores and compressed biscuits? The things they left with me are all the bulky items that are hard to carry. Look, they're all still wearing backpacks, aren't they? The stuff in those is much higher value. She looked perfectly innocent. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Aren't you a bandit? A smart bandit steals the most useful and valuable things, and the valuable stuff is on the people themselves. If the masked man were a real bandit, he would have listened. Unfortunately, he wasn't. His goal was to take Bian Changxi. He used her stalling as an excuse. I think you're just babbling because you don't want to work. Seize her. Bian Changxi shifted her step. The four men surrounding her not only lunged into thin air, but were instantly tangled together by vines. Their heads knocked together, and their four bodies formed a wall right in front of her. She was slender and not very tall, so they hit her perfectly. She poked her head out and shouted, "What's wrong with you? You said you wouldn't hurt anyone, and now you're trying to kidnap me. You'll never get anything if you have no credibility." As she moved, Bai Heng waved his hand. A flash of golden light sliced off the roof of the truck's cabin. The golden light didn't stop there. It sliced into the thigh of a man on horseback behind the truck. The man fell to the ground, howling in pain. Almost immediately after Bian Changxi spoke, Bai Heng said coldly, "Sir, you keep talking about a peaceful robbery, so you should act like it. Otherwise, let's see if you can truly capture and torture everyone here. If I don't die, I will hunt you down until the end of my days." He then addressed the crowd, "Don't worry. If things reach the worst-case scenario, I will avenge you." He had long been dissatisfied with these people, but he had prioritized unity and stability on the road, even if it was just on the surface. His parents were also on the ships, and things would be difficult for them if he caused a rift. But they had repeatedly made things difficult for Bian Changxi, and he was truly furious. Did they think he had no temper? Did they think he was born to bleed for them and endure their complaints? Besides, he could guess a bit of Bian Changxi's plan, and he was happy to cooperate. Bian Changxi glanced at him. Their eyes met, but she looked away first, smiling at the masked man. "How about this? I remember exactly who was shouting the loudest just now. I'll pull their belongings out first." Muttering names like Zhang San, Li Si, Zhou Wu, Zhang Liu, she began tossing bags and bundles in front of the masked man's horse. Sofas, dressing tables, cabinets, folding tables, bedsheets, curtains, quilts, shoes, everything imaginable. Bian Changxi was amused. Seeing that she could store an unlimited amount of stuff, these people had brought everything. They really treated her like a junk collector. Most importantly, she threw out the rice, oil, salt, instant noodles, and kanji. These items spilled onto the ground, making their owners feel both pained and guilty. Some people nearby began to condemn them, saying things like, "You actually hid so much for yourselves." She also took the opportunity to throw out the belongings of everyone who had made things difficult for her, especially Kara. Sanitary pads, makeup, snacks, pretty clothes, she really had the leisure for all that. There were useful things too. Compressed energy bars, medicine kits, batteries, 2 barrels of gasoline, several down quilts, a small bag of diamonds and gold, and so on. To have so much stuff stored with her and still dare to give her the cold shoulder, what a brainless idiot. "I'll make your heart bleed today." Bian Changxi looked at the pile of goods, which was like a small mountain, while she hid behind her human shield. "There's so much stuff that 10 trucks couldn't carry it all. What should we do? I have dozens of times more than this. How are you going to transport it?" There was no helping it. Everyone was just too wealthy. The masked man watched her wave her hand again and again, and immediately, a pile of junk taller than a person appeared before him. He was so angry his nose nearly went crooked. She was definitely doing this on purpose. Bian Changxi smirked, but in the next moment, before the masked man could speak, the pile of junk suddenly boomed. Into an explosion. Flames soared into the sky, and the blast flipped the white horse right over. The masked man was caught off guard and fell. His reactions were indeed fast. He immediately sprang up, and a red, transparent shield appeared over his upper body. Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes, a defensive treasure. Unfortunately, as fast as he was, the wild grass on the ground was faster. It shot up instantly, tangling around the hand and foot he used to push off the ground. His momentum broke, and he fell back down. Bian Changxi immediately sent out countless vines to wrap around his entire body. The opponent wasn't a pushover. He swept his hand, and a brilliant golden blade appeared along the edge of his palm, slicing through all the vines. A metal element user. She shoved the 4 men in front of her aside, and was about to rush forward when a white shadow blurred past her even faster. A low roar echoed as Milk pounced onto the masked man. His claws and teeth grew, and his snowy white body doubled in size. He looked like a massive mountain dog as he tore and clawed at the masked man. The red shield didn't seem to have much effect on him. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Shadow move too. He immediately released a thick fog that covered the entire area. No one could see anything. He whispered, "Be careful." He vanished instantly, and the sound of throats being slit echoed through the mist. Only then did the masked man's subordinates snap out of it and begin firing wildly. A hail of bullets flew, and while some hit the survivors, more were friendly fire hitting their own people. Outside, Bai Heng shouted, "Goot down. Find cover." After settling his parents, he also rushed into the white fog toward where Bian Changxi had been standing. Xiaoxi. Bian Changxi, wearing infrared thermal goggles, saw him immediately and dragged him behind the truck. "What are you doing here? I was worried about you. You should be worried about your parents and that crowd." Bian Changxi spoke while repeatedly firing wood spikes. She tossed a device to Bai Heng. "Put this on. Since you're here, at least kill a few. I acted without considering your people." "Sorry about that." Bai Heng, who was releasing golden blades, felt a pang of bitterness. "I don't want to care about them anymore, Xiaoxi. Once we're in the base, I'm done with them." "It's not worth it." "At least you're not beyond saving," Bian Changxi muttered. If he had protected those people like treasures, she would have thought he was insane. Those idiots needed to be taught a lesson. Let's see if they can still act up when no one is waiting on them hand and foot. However, she felt Bai Heng's biggest problem was his precious mother. But what did that have to do with her? She wasn't in a position to say anything. The two of them moved through the field, taking down the red silhouettes in their vision one by one. Fewer and fewer people remained standing, and the gunfire grew sparse. Finally, someone shouted in panic that they were surrendering, and the two stopped. Shadow retracted the fog, and the scene of carnage and misery was revealed. Bian Changxi took off her goggles and looked at the people howling in pain or kneeling in surrender. She breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to check on the masked man, Milk came trotting over, circling her and barking as if asking for credit. She saw the blood on his mouth and paws and knew he had succeeded. She rubbed his head as a reward, and he looked absolutely blissful. She looked up. Shadow was squatting, expressionlessly wiping blood from his dagger onto a corpse. Not far from him, the 3 kidnapped children stood sobbing, none of them injured. Bian Changxi looked up. The snipers in the distance had been harvested by Shadow's mist blades. They were already terrified to the core, and when they met her cold, lethal gaze, they couldn't even hold their guns and bows steady, scrambling to hide. This was no place to linger. She looked at the masked man. He had died a gruesome death. His body was torn and bitten until almost nothing was intact. His aristocratic poise was long gone. The fatal wound was at his throat, where the bone had been completely crushed. The mask had fallen off, revealing an expression of terror and resentment. Bian Changxi instinctively looked at the still smug milk. His mouth and paws were covered in human blood and flesh. She felt a slight shiver and wanted to wash him clean immediately. Shadow looked at the man. I saw him once. He was standing behind Zhu Jieqin. Zhu Jieqin. Then this operation was definitely linked to the Zhu Yunma faction. Goot him into the truck. He's both a human witness and physical evidence. Bian Changxi took out a tablet and photographed the desolate, tragic scene around them. Then she and Shadow herded the survivors who had surrendered into one place, along with many who were wounded but still alive. Neither of them was good at handling the aftermath. Bai Heng offered to have his people help. He could still mobilize some of them, especially after Bian Changxi and Shadow had wiped out over 100 enemies in an instant. Bian Changxi didn't refuse. She released several container trucks and had the captives tied up and herded or carried onto them. Many people from the warships had been wounded by stray bullets during the chaos, and many cars were no longer drivable. Wei Jiang finally stepped forward with his followers, loudly comforting the people and having them perform emergency first aid. Regarding the lack of vehicles, he said with a sorrowful face, "Everyone, please squeeze in. I'll lead by example and give my car to the elderly." His car was a half-wrecked sedan. At most, it could hold 5 or 6 people. Someone took the hint and shouted, "That person definitely has more cars." She pulled out trucks for the captives. Wei Jiang looked at Bian Changxi awkwardly. Bian Changxi sneered and released 2 4-seater sedans. "There are 20 people helping me handle the captives. I'll need you to drive later. I'll give each of you a Tier 3 white core as a thank you. Each of the 4 trucks can seat 3 in the cabin. Including these 2 cars, these are the seats I'm providing to show my gratitude. If your family members have trouble finding a seat, you can discuss and adjust among yourselves. I, Bian Changxi, never mistreat those who help me." Wei Jiang's successful man face turned red and white. Bian Changxi had cars and money, and she was generous, but she was essentially saying that those who didn't lift a finger shouldn't expect a free ride. Bai Heng whispered, "There's no need for payment." Bian Changxi raised a hand to cut him off. "I have my own selfish reasons. I don't want to end up being hated by everyone." Many people glared at her, but the 20 helpers and their relatives were clearly very happy. Using both the carrot and the stick, and distinguishing between friends and strangers, this was the hard truth of survival. And it felt very satisfying. "Let's go. The smell of blood will attract trouble." She arranged the people, put away her SUV, and got into a new one with Shadow. They moved forward, flanked by the 4 trucks. Suddenly, someone pounded on the car window. Kara's angry, distorted face appeared. "You bitch. Give me back my things. What right did you have to blow them up?" "Why?" Bian Changxi's response was to pull out a gun and press it against Kara's forehead. She watched the girl's face turn pale with horror and curled her lip. "What right? You want to talk logic with me? How much weight do you think you carry? Believe it or not, if you say one more word, I'll throw everyone else's stuff out too and make you all carry it to the base on your backs." "Throw it then." "Go ahead." Kara was provoked by her contemptuous gaze. Thinking about how everything she had painstakingly gathered was gone, tears streamed down her face. She didn't even care about the gun at her head. "I don't care about other people's stuff." "Throw it. It's better if everyone becomes a pauper. Why did you only throw mine and not theirs?" From the window, Bian Changxi saw many people in the distance looking tense and angry. She smiled and put the gun away. "Let's go. Divide and conquer. Who doesn't know how to do that?" She put away the gun and took out a tissue to wipe milk. Seeing Shadow glancing at her more than usual, she asked, "Do you think I'm heartless and cruel?" She deserved it. "It's just, you're a bit different now." Bian Changxi gave a smile, but said nothing. Having dropped a major burden, she suddenly felt light and free, as if she had truly gained a new life. Even the obsession that had haunted her for a lifetime could no longer control her. Why should she let these clowns get under her skin? The journey back had a few minor hiccups, but they reached the spot where they had separated earlier. A 100-man squad was already waiting with guns drawn. After that, they returned to the base smoothly. Zheng Mingcheng came to meet them. Seeing the battered convoy and the wounded, he offered words of comfort and inquiry. The scene was momentarily touching and lively. He also mentioned that he had prepared living quarters, though they were a bit cramped and they would have to make do for now. Amidst their relief and joy, people kept looking at Bian Changxi. She shrugged and waved her hand, releasing a pile of miscellaneous items. Everything is here. Find your stuff by the labels. There were also some public supplies, like siphoned fuel and ammunition. Zheng Mingcheng smiled and said, "We don't have a place for those yet. Could Miss Bian please keep them for now?" He didn't know that Bian Changxi, and the group had practically had a falling out. Bian Changxi looked at Bai Heng. Bai Heng said with a dark face, "I remember you can rent warehouses in the base, and the rent isn't expensive. Why should we make someone else store our things? Besides, it's time to settle the public supplies clearly so there are no disputes later when someone uses them." Zheng Mingcheng and the others were surprised by Bai Heng's massive change in tone and attitude. Bian Changxi didn't care about their internal squabbles or the details of their separation. She followed them to the warehouse, released their supplies, and left. By now it was late. A car was parked by the street. It was her personal driver, Zhang Bubai. Now that they were back at the base, Shadow naturally wouldn't follow her everywhere. She opened the door and sat inside. Back to the villa. "Miss Bian, there's news about the ambush. Major General Gu had Zhu Qin arrested." Zhu Qin admitted he ordered it, but he claims Zhu Yunma was unaware. The captive's stories vary, but that's the gist of it. As her hand-picked driver, Zhang Bubai now had access to many things. He was always serious, like a little old man. That fast. She sat up straight. "What does Major General Gu plan to do?" "That's not for me to know. Also, regarding that defensive treasure, Zhu Qin said his subordinate, the one who died, found it by chance. Nothing to do with Wen Mingli. Where is Major General Gu now?" "The underground dungeon at the activity center." The underground dungeon wasn't part of the original construction plan, but too many people were spying on the Jiang City group. Whether it was the water plant, the weapon shop, the tailor shop, or during hunting and training, people were always lurking, spying, or trying to infiltrate. After catching a few, they created the underground dungeon specifically to hold and interrogate them. By the time Bian Changxi arrived, the interrogations were over. Gu Shu was in his bright, spacious office on the ground floor, talking to the head of the dungeon. Bian Changxi was allowed in easily after being announced. Gu Shu beckoned her over. "The situation is clear. Zhu Qin wanted to kidnap you." Even if Zhu Yunma wasn't fully aware, he condoned it. However, Zhu Qin confessed while he wasn't in his right mind. Once he clears his head, he'll likely recant. "So you're saying we don't have solid evidence?" She sat down beside him as he pulled her close. "Yes, but we don't really need evidence for this kind of thing. We have two choices. Use this as an excuse to attack Zhu Yunma and join forces with Gu Jianhua's people to pull him down." Bian Changxi frowned. "That doesn't give us much benefit. What's the second choice?" Gu Shu smiled, his eyes bright. "Use Zhu Qin as a bargaining chip to blackmail our commander-in-chief into keeping his eyes off us. And before we finally set out, we'll squeeze him for a massive fortune." "That's a good one. It's fast, convenient, and simple, and the harvest will definitely be significant." Zhu Yunma had caused plenty of trouble for the Jiang City group, whether it was issues with land and building permits, obstructing trade and the economy, or making things difficult for Gu Shu during meetings. They were at loggerheads. Many of the spies and saboteurs were sent by him. He desperately wanted to know their internal secrets. This would make him hesitate and bleed money, unless he didn't want his precious only son and favorite general anymore. Gu Shu looked at her. But that won't let me vent your anger for you. It will. Compared to a real fight with guns and blades, sinister, low-key, quiet calculation is much more satisfying. Besides, isn't Zhu Jieqin still here? Making this young master eat and sleep poorly is enough to vent my anger. She thought for a moment and asked the head of the dungeon, "You police should have plenty of methods, right? Keep the suspect awake, use high-intensity lights day and night, bake him, use psychological attacks to make them break mentally." The man across from her opened his mouth and gave a bitter smile. Miss Bian sure knows a lot. This man was none other than Chu Nan, the former prince of the Jiang City military district. Since coming to the base, Chu Shangjin had tried to make a comeback, conspiring with Deputy Commander Xu Chang to make things difficult for Gu Shu. Chu Nan didn't want to follow that path. Instead of helping his father, he helped Gu Shu. In the end, Chu Shangjin failed and fell completely, while Chu Nan was protected by Gu Shu because of his contribution and had since disappeared from public view. Later, Gu Shu was able to take over the Jiang City military district, relatively smoothly thanks to this former prince. However, Chu Nan didn't work in the military. Instead, he moved into the more familiar commercial field, doing behind-the-scenes planning and management. Later, Bian Changxi remembered this man and found him. When the underground dungeon was established, the position of jailer fell to him. He had dealt with Xiao Jing, the son of the Public Security Bureau chief, who had since disappeared after some foolishness. At his peak, Chu Nan had successfully turned many of Xiao Jing's police officers, so he had a team under him. He was well suited for this job, to the point where people now assumed he had always been part of the police system, which was why Bian Changxi said "you police." This was the first time Chu Nan had seen Gu Shu and Bian Changxi interact like this. He noted privately that the rumors were true, they had become a couple, and Gu Shu was very protective and accommodating of her. Back in the Jiang City New District, he never would have imagined Bian Changxi would hold such a status. Of course, he also hadn't expected Gu Shu's achievements to be this high. He had only thought Gu Shu was stronger than his own father and would succeed. He naturally promised to fulfill Bian Changxi's requests. He had met Zhu Jieqin before. Because his father's rank was lower than Zhu Jie Yunma's, the difference in status between the two young masters had been clear. He had been looked down upon and had suffered quite a bit. Today, he finally got to pay it back, and he was more than willing to take on this task. As they walked out, Bian Changxi followed Gu Shu back and mentioned the day's events. "That meat. I asked Bai Heng for a large bucket. I can go with you this time, right?" Gu Shu blinked, uncharacteristically slow to realize what she was referring to. "You're still thinking about those two freighters." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. During a previous mission Bian Changxi had accompanied him on, the target was two giant ships anchored off the pier, one carrying oil and the other coal. At the time, Gu Shu hadn't let her go with him, choosing to risk the sea himself. Although he had scouted the situation, as a fire user without a spatial storage device, he hadn't been able to bring back a single thing. Bian Changxi hadn't said anything afterward, but she had been brooding over it. She truly couldn't understand why he would make a trip for nothing when he knew he couldn't bring anything back alone. When she discovered the secret trick used by Bai Heng's team, this was the first thing she thought of. Gu Shu had no reason to stop her from going this time. Gu Shu had no choice but to give in. "If it's really effective, we'll make a trip." "But is it really just fish meat?" His expression was hesitant, as if he were afraid Bian Changxi would be disgusted. "It's not. Some other kind of meat." Bian Changxi rolled her eyes at him. "You mean human meat?" "I suspected that too. No matter how greedy those big things in the water are, why would they ignore fresh humans to chase old fish meat? But human meat and fish meat are very different. The structure is completely different. I checked its fish, fins and bones included. There's probably some trick in the processing, but Bai Heng doesn't know it. It seems only a few people know, and they won't talk. They were all stingy. She thought that if necessary, she would bribe one of them to get the recipe. Gu Shu listened to her complaints in silence, his eyes darkening slightly. In the span of 2 minutes, she had mentioned Bai Heng's name twice. He wasn't going to be irrationally jealous. On the contrary, he knew this was a sign that she truly didn't care anymore. To the current Bian Changxi, Bai Heng was no different from Chu Nan, Zhang Bubai, or even Zhu Jie, just a name with a superficial connection to her. He reached out and took her hand. Bian Changxi froze and fell silent. After a long while, she spoke. Gu Shu, I told him. Although he didn't have a violent reaction, I feel. I hurt him. I owe him. This isn't something that can be repaid with a single favor. And so, I don't regret it, but I hope he lives well. I understand. The next day, they headed to the pier. Bian Changxi released a small, sturdy green iron boat she had collected the day before. It was powered by a strong motor. Bian Changxi was in charge of throwing the fish meat, Gu Shu was on guard, and Xiaoyun was driving. He had volunteered, claiming he was the most bored and wanted to drive a boat. There were many zombies on the freighters, but the trio cleared them without much effort. Bian Changxi collected the cargo extremely quickly. With a wave of her hand, the ship was emptied. The freighter immediately rose in the water as its load lightened, churning up filth from the depths and releasing a foul stench. Fearing the commotion would attract the big guys, the three quickly sped back in their boat. Just as they reached land, a massive creature surfaced where the freighter had been. It had 2 enormous heads and a thick, powerful tail fin. Its body, covered in cold, shimmering scales, was hard to see in its entirety. It sprayed a water column dozens of meters high from its back, and its 2 mouths roared at the sky, turning the water into a boiling, surging mass of waves. Bian Changxi felt a lingering fear, especially as she watched the creature ram the freighter, sending it sliding away. That was a close call. There had been such a monster lurking right beneath them. All 3 were shaken. Gu Shu exhaled and said, "From now on, unless absolutely necessary, we stay out of the water." "You don't have to tell me twice," Xiaoyun said, looking terrified. "It's a miracle those hundreds of people from Hong Kong managed to land alive." Bian Changxi knew this was nothing. The truly terrifying part would be when the water monsters came onto land, but that wouldn't happen until the 6th or 7th year of the apocalypse. For now, as long as people didn't provoke the things in the water, they generally wouldn't go looking for trouble. She suddenly asked Gu Shu, "The Sioux City Military District has a navy, right? You want warships?" Gu Shu immediately understood her intent. "Yes. The sea is dangerous, but the inland rivers might not have such terrifying things. We'll inevitably have to cross rivers in the future. If we encounter a broken bridge, we won't be helpless. Of course, when that time came, a few warships might not be enough, but it's always good to be prepared." That night, the 2 of them went to steal warships. The Navy in Sioux City didn't belong to the military district. It was directly dispatched by the Guneral staff. They didn't stay in one place, but patrolled the entire sea area. After the apocalypse, the Army took control of the world, while the Navy and Air Force quickly collapsed and were absorbed into the Army system. Planes and warships were left idle. Although they were guarded, the security was lackluster. The 2 slipped into the inland harbor. Sure enough, the lights were dim and people were scarce. Gu Shu and Milk stood watch while Bian Changxi walked near the warships. She lashed out with her vines, and a ship vanished instantly. It was about the size of a destroyer. She took it in one go and felt it was quite easy. Although she had expected this, the result still made her very happy. It meant the storage and retrieval range of her warehouse had increased significantly. The 2 returned with a full harvest. When they got home in the middle of the night, the people in the villa seemed used to their late-night habits. Everyone stayed in their rooms. The living room and kitchen were empty. Gu Shu habitually went to make a midnight snack, but Bian Changxi stopped him. Just have 2 glasses of milk. Making a snack is too much trouble. There was simply packaged milk in the fridge. At some point, a small dairy farm had been established in the base, with about a dozen lactating cows. The milk production was very low, and milk wasn't a necessity, but Gu Shu paid a high enough price and pulled a few strings to have most of the milk sent to the villa. In the end, most of it went into the stomachs of Bian Changxi and milk. Bian Changxi thought to herself that she should get at least 1 male and 1 female cow for her farm. At least a bull was essential. Gu Shu frowned at the milk. He didn't like drinking it. It helps you sleep. Bian Changxi found that she liked seeing him frown, though he was even more handsome when he smiled. Milk circled their feet, whining with longing, seemingly mocking Gu Shu for not knowing how to enjoy life. Gu Shu sighed and resignedly took the glass, draining it in one go. Bian Changxi giggled and carried her glass upstairs, with milk trotting after her. In front of the bedroom door, Gu Shu finally said, "Actually, the reason I didn't let you come last time was because I didn't think you needed to take the risk." Bian Changxi looked at him, puzzled. "It's only natural for me to take risks. We don't know what we'll face in the future. We can't always avoid or escape it, and it won't always be as easy as traveling a few miles by water. If I can't even handle those small difficulties, how will I face the hardships ahead? Remember when I said there are 3 most important things in the apocalypse?" "I remember. The third is supplies, and the second is manpower. The first is one's own ability." Gu Shu stood in the orange yellow light from the room. Supplies can be lost, and subordinates can sometimes be out of reach or even turn against you. Only yourself is the final and strongest reliance. That's why I want to try, no matter how difficult it is. Bian Changxi didn't know that this line of thinking was remarkably similar to some of Bai Heng's ideas. She was silent for a moment. "Fine. I wasn't really dwelling on that. You have your reasons for doing things. Things are different now. From now on, no matter what happens, you have to remember that I can help." Bian Changxi's slightly awkward, fierce tone made Gu Shu's eyes sparkle. Her way of showing she cared was truly unique. She wasn't good at saying sweet things, and she was too thin-skinned to say them anyway. Bringing up the old freighter incident was her way of expressing her feelings. She wanted to stand by his side. His almost reckless solo risk-taking, even if done out of fear for her safety, was something she didn't like. She was awkwardly adorable. Gu Shu was beaming with a smile. Bian Changxi secretly rolled her eyes and clumsily changed the subject. "By the way, now that I've taken your room, where have you been sleeping?" "Well, do you want me to move back in?" I'm not that sensitive to the cold anymore, and I don't need the air conditioning. I can move back to my original room." She stopped as she realized what Gu Shu meant. She stared at him with wide eyes, seeing that his burning gaze wasn't a joke. Her face slowly turned a deep red. Isn't this too fast?" Bian Changxi almost bit her tongue. Under Gu Shu's gaze, she felt every cell in her body stiffen with awkwardness, her eyes darting around, unsure where to look. Because she wasn't looking at Gu Shu's face, she missed the fact that he was also acting a bit unnatural. His right hand, usually so strong and elegant, was curled stiffly behind his back. Having suddenly blurted out such suggestive words, he was nervous too. Although he had meant it largely as a joke, the moment the words left his mouth, he worried he had been too forward. Was it too abrupt? Too offensive? Did he seem too desperate? Due to his profession and position, he rarely had opportunities to interact with women. Furthermore, for certain reasons, he had always kept women at a respectful distance, let alone tried to understand their thought patterns. His knowledge of the normal progression of male-female relationships was limited to general concepts. A college student probably had more experience than him. This was evident in how he pursued Bian Changxi. While others gave flowers, necklaces, and gourmet food, he gave crystal cores. While others went on dates, he took her on missions. While others whispered sweet nothings and were attentive to every little detail, gentle to the bone, he offered trust and respect. Aside from occasional domineering moments, he had simply made the ultimate and straightforward promise of marriage as the goal. Given that this was the apocalypse, his approach happened to be the one that provided the most security. In peaceful times, however, he might not have stood a chance against those smooth-talking pretty boys. However, his composure was several levels higher than Bian Changxi's. His calm and unhurried demeanor perfectly projected a powerful sense of certainty. While waiting for her answer, he even had the spare attention to appreciate her embarrassment. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her shifting gaze seemed to waver between rejection and acceptance. Acceptance seemed premature, but rejection felt hypocritical. Most importantly, she couldn't seem to organize her words. It seemed quite damaging to her self-esteem. She imagined if she had been the one to ask to live together, and Gu Shu had righteously rejected her saying, "It's too fast." She would have wanted to crawl into a hole. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. She unconsciously gripped her milk cup tightly, head lowered, staring at their shoes. Her voice was weak but clear as she said, I'm not mentally prepared yet." Seeing her so shy and conflicted, terrified that her words might be too harsh and hurt him, was a rare sight. Gu Shu's breath hitched. His original desire, which had been at a 3, instantly surged to a 7. His heart felt scorching hot. Before his brain could react, he had already grabbed her arm, pulled her into the room, and clicked the door shut behind him. Bian Changxi was startled. Her black and white eyes widened, clearly reflecting his shadow. To be honest, Gu Shu startled himself as well. He wanted to say something to smooth things over, but the room was too quiet, or perhaps the lighting was too intoxicating. They looked at each other. An invisible, romantic atmosphere began to breed between them. One was in the prime of youth, at least physically. The other was a vigorous young man, and they had mutual affection. To say they weren't feeling restless and tempted would be abnormal. Bian Changxi watched his handsome face slowly moving closer. Her breathing quickened. Setting aside the 2 months they were separated, they had known each other for nearly half a year, and it had been a while since they confirmed their relationship. It wasn't actually that sudden, she thought. In this era, where one could die at any moment, countless men and women would hook up just because they locked eyes. Not to mention the strong, for whom carnal pleasure was the norm, or those who sold their bodies to survive. No one took this sort of thing seriously anymore. Bian Changxi, however, had a naturally conservative mindset regarding this. In her past life, she had married Zhu Yunhwa. Although they both understood it was a partnership contract, having a title made things easier internally and externally. Intimacy was rare during their nearly 6 years together. But when that matter of course became a daily, nightly, or even hourly expectation, she couldn't resist the feelings of repulsion and resistance. Primal union and release weren't as simple as drinking a glass of water. It required mobilizing unimaginable passion and perception. Intimate contact could bring extreme pleasure, but if it was just for that, how was it different from beasts? She would feel disgusted. If she had to change herself to that extent, she felt living wouldn't have much flavor left. Of course, she thought that way mainly because she had nothing left to care about or worry about back then. She was alone in the world. Trying to survive was just inertia. At heart, she didn't fear death, so naturally, she wouldn't compromise too much to avoid it. Zhu Yunhwa knew she didn't care, and she found it perfectly normal that he had mistresses outside. Because of this mindset, she had just had the thought of let's talk about it later. But right now, her beloved was right in front of her. The atmosphere was perfect, her heart was beating fiercely and passionately. It was something that would happen sooner or later, when the water flowed to form a canal. Accepting it didn't seem so. She gently grasped the fabric on Gu Shu's arm and slightly lifted her chin. However, this movement seemed to startle Gu Shu. He suddenly stopped and looked to the side. Bian Changxi didn't understand, so she followed his gaze. Milk, looking like a ball of snow, was lying on the thick carpet. His hind legs were seated, while his front legs propped him up. He tilted his head, his dark, furry eyes wide and round, staring at the two of them with great interest. Seeing them look over, he straightened his neck and suddenly covered his eyes with his two front paws. He spun around with a swish, burying his head against the side of the bed. His white butt faced the two of them, but his tail stood straight up, wagging back and forth as if in great joy. He immediately used a paw to smack his tail down and sat on it. Gu Shu's eye twitched. His face turned livid. Milk. 2 seconds later, the room door opened, and a white fox-like little fellow was thrown out. With this interruption, the atmosphere in the room vanished completely, replaced by awkwardness. Bian Changxi sat by the bed sipping her milk, the flush on her face not yet faded. This time, she really didn't know where to look. Gu Shu's face was also burning a bit. He didn't know whether to stand or sit. He didn't understand how he had become so bewitched. He had received a good education from a young age, and years of military life had ingrained discipline and responsibility into his bones. Having relations with the opposite sex without the foundation of marriage was, in his cognition, a poor display of character and disrespectful to the partner. He had almost done just that. Okay, maybe not almost, but close enough. He coughed with his fist against his lips, recovering his calm demeanor. He sat down next to Bian Changxi and said softly, "When we get to the capital, let's get married. We'll hold a wedding and announce it to everyone." As for the Civil Affairs Bureau, that department probably didn't exist anymore. Seeing him speak so solemnly, Bian Changxi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "What time is this? You still care about that?" As she spoke, her voice trailed off. Did that sound too much like an old married couple tone? But it was true. Back then, she and Ju UNHWA had only held a small banquet to notify the necessary people. In reality, that was mainly to gather everyone to discuss finding a new space to build a base. Gu Shu, however, was unexpectedly stubborn. "No, we must." Even in the apocalypse, some laws and rules couldn't be abolished. Otherwise, how could it be justifiable? Bian Changxi blinked, feigning a teasing tone. Is this the legendary emphasis on status? Gu Shu didn't back down. "You are too outstanding. I'm afraid you'll be snatched away." Bian Changxi. She almost choked. Then she thought of something, dropped her face, and squinted at him sideways. "I heard from someone that you, the great Major General, don't seem to have much autonomy in your marriage. Why don't you worry first that after the wedding is prepared, the person wearing the wedding dress might be someone else?" Gu Shu loved seeing her little jealous look. Holding back a smile, he said, "If the person in the wedding dress changes, can't the groom's suit change its hanger too? Don't worry, I have the final say in this matter. No one can make decisions for me." If he couldn't even be sure of this, how could he have pursued her? That night, although their relationship didn't have a breakthrough progression, their feelings for each other grew day by day. If before it was just a glass of water with a little sugar, afterwards it was a cup of rich, lingering milk tea. Even a blind person could see their mutual affection, warmer and purer than the sunlight at the end of December. Once, when the two were alone again, drinking tea and admiring the night on the third-floor terrace, actually just briefly stepping out to feel the wind's strength and temperature, sensing the winter passing and warmth gradually returning to the world, Bian Changxi suddenly remembered a doubt. She asked Gu Shu, "I haven't seen any butterflies or bees around you. Logically speaking, you should be very popular." Gu Shu glanced at her. "You want to see?" His tone was amused yet chilly, carrying a hint of a threat. Bian Changxi immediately shook her head. However, not long after, she did indeed see it. It was truly wild bees and butterflies. Truly wild bees and butterflies. Those serving tea or running errands would cast flirtatious glances and send waves of affection. There were many who dressed boldly. Bian Changxi, wrapped in her coat, wondered if they got goosebumps in the cold weather. No matter how beautiful a person was, being covered in goosebumps would look wretched and ridiculous. There were those dressed seductively, those acting mature and charming, those pure and cute, those with powerful family backgrounds, and those whose words were filled with suggestion. Bian Changxi watched, stunned. Especially since almost every single one of them was better looking than her, she felt depressed. Gu Shu pulled her to sit by his office desk. Seen enough. Any thoughts? Bian Changxi glared at him. You haven't been led astray. People with strength will invariably be recruited by various forces. The commanders are the worst offenders. Power, money, supplies, or women, using these as bargaining chips to pull outstanding ability users into their camps. I don't lack the first three, only the last one allows them to try their tricks. Gu Shu called someone in and chased away all those with ulterior motives. He usually didn't have these people around him. He had only let them in because Bian Changxi wanted to watch the show. Well then, for the sake of your unwavering willpower, I'll reward you with a gift. I just made it. It's absolutely a unique treasure. At least for now, and for a long time in the future. Bian Changxi looked proud. Gu Shu raised an eyebrow. What is it? On a black bracelet with a simple and elegant openwork design, a small arc of jade was inlaid. It was about half the length of an adult's index finger, silver white with a faint golden glow. It was precisely one of the fragments from Bian Changxi's shattered jade bracelet, and the largest of the 8 pieces. Bian Changxi took it out from the farm and waved it at Gu Shu. Guess what this is? She looked like she was presenting a treasure. Gu Shu smiled and touched the bridge of his nose. A spatial device. Just like that. Can't you guess a few more things? Bian Changxi rolled her eyes at him, then excitedly held it in her hands and explained, the volume and shape are naturally like this. It would look deadly ugly, inlaid on a ring. Hanging it around the neck on a string feels weird, and putting it directly in a pocket makes it easy to lose. I thought about it and decided a bracelet was the most suitable. Don't tell me it's against regulations or you don't like wearing it. Put out your hand. Gu Shu's right wrist was bare, while his left wrist wore a mechanical watch. Bian Changxi took off the watch and fastened the bracelet. This black material is extracted from the heart of the black iron tree. Fire can't burn it, knives can't cut it. It's non-magnetic, so it won't affect compasses or equipment, and it's very flexible with low density, so it won't hinder movement. Also, this clasp is quite complex. It's to prevent accidental loss. You can't undo it with one hand. He put it on. The size was just right. Gu Shu looked at the object on his wrist and stroked it gently. For a moment, he couldn't describe the feeling. No wonder she had been staring at his wrist these past few days and even measured it with a tape. This is a fragment of your jade bracelet, right? The curved arc, polished smooth at both ends, was connected to the chain made of black iron tree heart. It felt extremely cool against the skin at first, but soon became warm and smooth, feeling incredibly comfortable. You remember? Yes, the quality of this jade is excellent. The spatial device made from it is different from those made of other jade. She couldn't wait to say, try it quickly. Ordinary spatial devices only require you to sense the space inside with your consciousness, but this one is a bit strange. It needs to work with your ability. Try diving your energy into it. Gu Shu looked at her with amusement, seeing her act like she was teaching a child. He tried to do as she said, and immediately sensed a massive space. He had asked spatial ability users about their feelings. They all said their space was a dim, airtight enclosure. Ordinary spatial devices were even worse, completely pitch black. But the space he sensed now was quite bright, matching the color of the jade itself. It seemed as if a gentle breeze was rippling through it, giving it a dynamic feel without any sense of oppression. He picked up his watch, and with a thought, the watch disappeared. It appeared in a corner of the space. He thought about taking it out, and the watch appeared in his hand again. Effortless. The space was also extremely stable. He had paid attention to and tested every batch of spatial devices produced. He knew very well that poor quality or unstable spatial devices would have strange fluctuations when storing or retrieving items, as if they could easily collapse. That kind of spatial device couldn't be used for storage, only for transport at best, because once it collapsed, the items inside would vanish. It was better to go through the trouble of keeping things outside. In fact, he didn't rely heavily on spatial devices, even though they had achieved great progress and success. For the Great Migration, he had decided that no more than 1/3 of the supplies would be placed in spatial devices. But the spatial device on his wrist seemed incredibly reliable and sturdy. Gu Shu stopped smiling, stood up, and grabbed the solid wood office desk. In an instant, the desk disappeared. Immediately after, it reappeared. Bian Changxi was beaming. She had already tested this spatial device for a long time. Whether by feeling or experience, this was a safe and permanent spatial treasure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given it to Gu Shu. What she gave Gu Shu was naturally the best she could offer. As for the other spatial devices already in use, she had checked them one by one. They were sturdy, but their shelf life might not be long enough. She could only guarantee they wouldn't have problems within a year. Of course, when technology improved or better materials appeared in the future, she would replace Gu Shu's with an even better one. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shu tested several more items. She said every spatial device has a volume limit for retrieval. The better the quality and the larger the space, the more and larger items you can retrieve in a single go. This spatial device has over 1,200 square meters. The volume limit is probably about half the size of the villa we live in. That big. Gu Shu was quite surprised. As far as he knew, the limit for an average spatial ability user was only the volume of a room about 20 square meters, and spatial devices were even smaller. After a period of cultivation, Chu Hao's space had expanded significantly, but it was only about the area and limit of this spatial device. As for Su Chenxi, whose spatial ability leaned towards a fence, he only had nearly 1,000 square meters, and his single retrieval limit was even smaller. This was why Bian Changxi's plan to carry houses had to be abandoned after market research. The grand blueprint was scrapped. Large houses were distributed to high-level spatial users first. Later construction was restricted to small houses, mostly detachable wooden plank houses. Most of the timber previously cut for charcoal had been turned into houses, and now they were rushing to make tents in batches. Is it big? I still think it's small. This was the truth. Seeing that the jade bracelet fragment had mutated, she had fantasized about creating a divine artifact with at least 3,000 or 4,000 square meters. The result was a huge disappointment to her. However, she was being unrealistic. After all, the record created by other top-quality jade was only 315 square meters, with the rest under 250. She kept a straight face, but soon couldn't help saying, besides this one, I asked Su Chenxi to make 5 others. I want to give them to Ah Pei and the others, but the sizes vary, and generally, they aren't as big as this one, only about 700 to 1,000 square meters. Do you think? It wouldn't be good if it caused an imbalance. Do you think everyone can be like you, producing a warship with a wave of your hand? Gu Shu was in a great mood after receiving the gift. Knowing his was the best inevitably gave him a subtle sense of pleasure. Seeing her look a bit distressed made her seem incredibly cute to him. He couldn't resist pulling her into his arms and kissing her. You really are a treasure. Ah. Bian Changxi cupped her face and hurriedly looked at the door. Thankfully, it was tightly shut. She elbowed him. Let go, you're being improper. This is improper. Ah Pei had said he was abnormally proper. That brat had expressed 12 points of shock at the fact that he was still sleeping in the study. His scanning gaze, looking him up and down, nearly made Gu Shu lose his composure as the older brother. Were kids these days so open? Or was he outdated? He held her slender, fragrant body, resting his chin on her shoulder. He pushed those thoughts aside and whispered, "Give them as you see fit. I guarantee they will be overjoyed." He paused and added, "I've already sent people to scout the road." Several main roads heading north are still blocked by heavy snow. The meteorological department predicts it's unlikely to snow again, but massive melting will still cause temperatures to drop. The snow on the road won't melt completely for another month or two. Once the snow melts, we leave. Bian Changxi felt a bit uncomfortable being held, especially when his breath tickled her neck as he spoke. The existing supplies have been distributed almost completely. Aside from 1/3 given to the supply team to carry, the rest has been loaded onto vehicles. I've stored most of the vehicles in my space to take out when we hit the road. The other vehicles are parked in the warehouse. We've used up all the large and small trucks. Even the off-road vehicles and business vans are stuffed. If we get more supplies later, we won't have any vehicles to load them. It doesn't matter. The remaining supplies will be distributed specifically. You plan to support everyone. Do you think I'm stupid? Gu Shu teased rarely. With over 300,000 people on the road together, the supplies we bring must be as abundant as possible. A famine halfway through would be disastrous. This is also a reassurance for everyone. However, managing so many supplies requires a lot of energy. It's better to distribute some for individuals to manage. I plan to divide the team into several large groups, and within those, specific small squads. Each squad will be allocated a proportional amount of supplies based on headcount. Whenever someone makes a contribution, the captain will reward them with supplies. What do you think? That works. Bian Changxi nodded. Ordinary people are unlikely to carry enough supplies for the entire journey, and there will be few opportunities for large-scale scavenging on the road. In the end, public distribution will still be needed. But if you just hand it out, people might not cherish it. This rule can encourage them to contribute to the collective. Effort yields reward. Slowly, cohesion will build up. She thought for a moment. But have you selected all the people? After such screening, those who catch your eye and are willing to go north with you shouldn't be too bad. Gu Shu stared at her opening and closing lips. Occasionally, he could see her fine teeth. Her red lips and white teeth looked delicate and moist. Perhaps because of the wood element, her skin was excellent, glowing like fine jade or jelly with a hint of pink, looking as if water could drip from it. A few strands of hair tucked behind her ear fell to her cheek, looking extremely docile, making her small, white ear even more inviting. His gaze suddenly turned scorching hot. The lesson of losing the chance to kiss her that night told him that for some things, it was better not to hesitate. Doors and windows were shut tight, not a single third wheel was present, and no urgent matters were waiting to be handled. If he didn't seize the moment now, when would he? Without overthinking, he lowered his head and gently took her earlobe into his mouth. Bian Changxi shuddered. She felt a wave of warmth on her ear, followed by a tentative bite. It didn't hurt, but it made half her body go numb. She was horrified. "Don't bite." She wanted to turn her face to push him away, but he used the momentum to brush his thin lips across her cheek and press onto the lips he had been longing for. They were softer than he imagined. They felt like they would melt upon touch. The sweetness between her lips and teeth was more intoxicating than the finest wine. At first, he just sucked gently, but then, as if he had tested enough, he began to rub and bite with increasing force. Bian Changxi felt bursts of stinging pain. The masculine scent overwhelmed her. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but the arm around her waist suddenly tightened, and a large palm cupped the back of her head. There was almost no gap between them anymore. His tongue pried open her teeth, driving straight in, sweeping through with dominance and urgency. Gradually, Bian Changxi couldn't breathe. His breath and passion were like boiling seawater suffocating her. When he finally pulled away slightly, she gasped rapidly, "This is the office. No one will come in." Was the problem whether anyone would come in? Major Gunarl Gu, where are your principles and discipline? Gu Shu kissed her again, his offensive becoming even more ferocious. Bian Changxi could barely parry. In her days, she felt this was more exhausting than fighting zombies. For the first time, she realized kissing could be such an overwhelming thing. When Gu Shu let go of her again, seeing her flushed face and lips dripping with color, clutching his collar and gasping, there was only one voice in his heart. To hell with principles. Seeing that Gu Shu seemed unsatisfied and wanted to lean in again, Bian Changxi hurriedly pushed him away with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. Using her strength as an ability user, she broke free from his embrace and jumped to the floor. Again. You really are. Seeing her annoyed, Gu Shu finally regained some clarity. He blurted out, "You didn't like it." Her face was already flushed red from arousal and holding her breath. Now it turned crimson enough to bleed. Mixed with shame and anger, she glared at him. You still ask, is there anyone who uses so much force? You bit them until they broke. She couldn't bring herself to say the rest, but she felt the stinging heat on her lips more clearly. Even if they weren't broken, they must be swollen. This guy was acting like he wanted to eat someone. Gu Shu blinked, seeming to just realize what happened. He looked slightly embarrassed and stammered, "I lost control for a moment. Come here, let me try again." Bian Changxi felt even more ashamed. She gave him a fierce glare. "In your dreams." She turned and fled out the door. Her hastily retreating figure looked panicked, and very much like she was flying into a rage out of humiliation. Gu Shu stared at the door that slammed with a thunderous noise, stunned for a moment. Gradually, the corners of his mouth lifted, and his eyes and brows relaxed into an expression of immense, carefree joy. Meanwhile, Bian Changxi walked a few steps and realized something was wrong. This was Gu Shu's regular office, so the personnel inside were naturally his trusted aides. As they nodded and smiled at her, their eyes seemed a bit strange. On a hunch, she avoided the people walking around and took out a mirror. Sure enough, her lips were red, swollen, and bright. Even a blind person could see something was up. Her cheeks were like apples, her eyes looked a bit weird, and her hair was messed up. Damn Gu Shu. She was mortified and wished she could crack his head open. She hurriedly smoothed her hair with her fingers, took out sunglasses and a mask to put on, and checked her clothes for any impropriety before walking out. This was still the Jiang City Activity Center. People coming and going were mostly acquaintances, all busy with their own affairs. Although it had stopped snowing, the sky was still gloomy. The ground, swept clear of residual snow, was mostly wet. Bian Changxi was wearing mid-heel boots, so the puddles didn't affect her. Instead, the cold air cooled her hot cheeks, and her racing heart gradually calmed down. She had broken into a sweat. Her brain was a bit groggy, and her limbs felt weak. It was just a kiss, wasn't it? Why was she acting like a little girl? She slapped herself awake, momentarily unsure where to go. She had come out with Gu Shu today, so the driver Zhang Bubai wasn't there. She didn't have the energy or mood to drive, and she was worried Gu Shu might chase after her. She quickly picked a direction she didn't usually take and walked away briskly. Before long, she left the activity center. After walking a bit more, the streets became crowded. She had arrived near the Auction House Avenue. Right, the Jiang City Activity Center wasn't far from the base's trade and economic center. She thought, since she was here, she might as well visit the water plant. After knowing the Sioux City base would soon fall, Gu Shu was no longer in a hurry to develop these economic and commercial ventures. The power plant and cement factory plans were halted, and no new branches of the water plant were opened. Other industries weren't expanded either. Originally, he set these up mostly so that the people of the Jiang City group could live well relying on deep foundations after he left. But since the base would cease to exist, what was the point? Moreover, making things too good would only make people more attached to this place. He didn't want capable and ambitious people to lose their fighting spirit due to temporary comfort. So now, the entire Jiang City group was in a state of self-sufficiency, with few transactions with the base. Even if there were, it was mostly to exchange for supplies needed on the road. Therefore, the water plant remained the biggest and fastest source of income. The monthly 5% dividend meant Bian Changxi didn't have to worry about running out of crystal cores, excluding the amount for the farm, which was a bottom milliliter cesspit. So she still cared quite a bit about the water plant. Plus, Chen Yisha was still working there. Gu Shu said they would leave in over a month. She wanted to tell Chen Yisha to quit her job so she could teach her more practical self-defense skills. Also, supplies. She needed to get her to prepare various supplies. This roommate, along with Lin Rongrong, were people of good character and reason. She considered them friends. Before she got close, she saw Bian Wei in the distance talking to a woman dressed like a noble lady in a white cashmere coat. Bian Wei's expression shifted between nervousness, suspicion, and suppressed excitement, but she was still hesitant. Finally, she started walking toward the water plant. From the shape of her mouth and faint voice, she seemed to be saying go ask for leave. But the noble lady was very impatient. She directly reached out and stripped off Bian Wei's worker uniform, shouting loudly, "Ask for what leave? A lousy job, working yourself to death for a few coins. Mom is firing them for you today." The uniform was thrown on the ground, and she even stomped on it before forcibly stuffing Bian Wei into a sedan parked nearby. The black sedan drove off immediately. Bian Changxi recognized the voice and the face. That noble lady was Bian Wei's biological mother, her uncle Bian Guangyuan's second wife, Li Shi. A mother taking her daughter away shouldn't be a problem, but what puzzled Bian Changxi was that the Bian family was doing terribly right now. How could Li Shi afford to dress so glamorously? But it was none of her business. She just thought about it briefly and quickly tossed the doubt aside. She found Chen Yisha and told her thoughts. Chen Yisha agreed quickly. She was also part of the plan to go north, so naturally, she knew what was important. What about Rongrong? She's currently engaged in relatively confidential work. Someone will arrange for her when the time comes, Bian Changxi said. In fact, that confidential work was making spatial devices. Spatial devices had not been released to the market yet. One reason was that supply couldn't even meet the demand within Jiang City internally. From the initial material selection and polishing to the most difficult and time-consuming creation of space, and finally the external packaging to make it convenient to carry and hard to lose, the entire process was complex and tedious. Although there was some assembly line scale now, the daily output of durable finished products, excluding waste and semi-finished goods, was still less than 50. The second reason for not selling them was to avoid complications before leaving. Therefore, others in the Sioux City base could not enjoy the benefits of spatial devices. Since they weren't for sale, secrecy was required. Thus, few people were involved in production. The most important spatial ability users were only 5. Besides Su Chenxi, there were Chu Hao, Lin Rongrong, and 2 others. Originally, Bian Changxi should have been on the list, but as a fake spatial user, she didn't have that skill, so she took the job of organizing supplies instead. Chen Yisha didn't know what Lin Rongrong was doing. Compared to Lin Rongrong, who was all alone, Chen Yisha, with a string of parents and relatives, obviously didn't meet the objective requirements for trust and importance. Chen Yisha resigned immediately and left with Bian Changxi. When they passed a bar, their path was blocked by a commotion at the entrance and vehicles. Someone was causing trouble. 2 men without membership cards or invitations were trying to force their way in but were stopped. They clashed with the bar security, blocking several VIPs who arrived later. The subordinates of those VIPs started cursing and joined the conflict. It looked like it was about to escalate into an incident. Bian Changxi looked over. Oh, acquaintances. And very special ones at that. The two men trying to break in were both young. One was tall and handsome, though his expression was gloomy. The other was elegant and gentle, but currently showed signs of anger. Bian Changxi and Bai Heng. Why were they together? I'm just going in to find someone. I'll leave as soon as I find them, Bai Heng said, suppressing his voice. Bian Changxi also said, it's a matter of life and death. If you delay, I'll burn down your lousy club. Yo, talking big. The bar manager stood at the door, staring at the two with a fake smile. He knew Bian Changxi. He was a captain of a hunting team. He had also heard of Bai Heng due to his sensational entry into the city a few days ago, but rumor had it he had separated from the group he came with. Those two captains had clung to the commander-in-chief's thigh, but this one was still a commoner. Nothing to be afraid of. If it weren't for the fact that both of them had some connection to that Bian, he would have ordered his men to beat them to death already. Do you know who is behind our boss? I'm giving you 3 points of respect for the sake of Jiang City's Bian Changxi. But even if Bian Changxi came personally, she wouldn't dream of barging in without evidence. Which scallions do you two think you are? Bian Changxi and Bai Heng's faces changed instantly. They looked at each other with surprise, bitterness, and mostly an inexplicable bleakness. It was hard to explain in a few words. Bian Changxi paused. She had intended to see the full picture first and didn't plan to intervene, but being named so casually made it hard to stand by. She said a word to Chen Yisha, took off her mask and glasses, and said loudly, "What matter requires my face?" Sneering and looking down on people, turns out my face is only worth this much. Everyone saw a young woman in a black trench coat walk in from outside the crowd of onlookers, a cold light shimmering faintly in her indifferent eyes. She had secretly used wood energy to soothe her face earlier, so her complexion had completely returned to normal. Shaoxi. Shaoxi. The two men spoke almost in unison. Bian Changxi glanced at them, pursed her lips, and asked in a low voice what's going on. Bian Changxi found it somewhat difficult to speak. He looked at her with shame. I just got news that way. Bian Wei was dragged in by Lixi. A shameless transaction is taking place inside. The second half of the sentence was very quiet. Bian Changxi was stunned. She looked up at the bar sign. Tulip Bar. What a tacky name. She thought for a moment and recalled something. On the surface, it was a place for leisure and entertainment, but in reality, it engaged in unspeakable dirty business. Of course, there were many such places in the base, but this bar was the most high-end and darkest of them all. Rumor had it that it was run by the base's crown prince, who was currently sitting in Jiang City's dungeon. She understood after a moment of thought. Lixi must have found some channel and wanted to sell her beautiful young daughter. No wonder she was dressed so glamorously and was in such a hurry to drag Bian Wei away. Could it be that the reason Bian Wei became a social butterfly in the past was due to her mother fueling the flames from behind? This mother was too disgusting, wasn't she? But what did Bian Wei have to do with Bai Heng? She looked at Bai Heng again. Bai Heng happened to be looking at her. He hurriedly shifted his gaze slightly, frowning. I came out to handle some business, and my mom insisted on following. We got separated slightly when passing by here. She saw Aunt Bian and got excited. Somehow, she was tricked into going inside. This was even easier to understand. Before the apocalypse, the Bian family business was vastly larger than the Bai family's, and their background was deeper. Her father, as the most outstanding of the three brothers, held the most power and shares. After her father's accident, Bai Shui wanted to use the Bai family's power to help her protect the shares, which undoubtedly touched the interests of her good uncle and third uncle. Especially her uncle Bian Guangyuan, who was arrogant enough to hire a hitman to cause a car accident, crush them economically, and attack their industries wantonly, finally driving the Bai family abroad. Mother Bai had secretly mocked her for climbing the social ladder with Bai Heng, but before that, Lixi had often suppressed Mother Bai, saying the Bai family were toads lusting after swan meat because everyone said she and Bai Heng were a couple. Helping her keep the shares, wasn't that just counting on her bringing the shares as a dowry into the Bai family? So Mother Bai hated Lixi to the bone, and Lixi looked down on the pretentiously lofty Mother Bai. The two were quite incompatible. If Lixi deliberately said a few provoking words, she really could have tricked her inside. However, she really was an idiot. Seeing she didn't speak, and knowing she wasn't particularly close to these two men, the bar manager smiled and said, "Miss Bian, look." One was brought in by her own mother, and the other entered voluntarily. It's not like our bar is forcibly detaining people. You have no grounds to cause a scene. If they were truly unrelated people, they would come out in a while. But if this lowly one lets idlers in, I will definitely lose my life later. Please don't make it difficult for us. Although it felt unlikely, if Bian Changxi really wanted to cause a scene, burning down the bar wasn't something she couldn't do. The person behind her was no vegetarian. Bian Changxi raised her eyebrows lazily. Is the rule that idlers are not allowed? Huh? With a flick of her hand, a pitch-black magnetic card with gold lettering appeared. They say with this card, one can go anywhere except the deepest level of the base research institute. I wonder if your little bar is as important and transcendent as the deepest level of the research institute. The manager jumped in fright. B-black card. It wasn't that he was ignorant, but he had never seen anyone pull out a black card just to enter a bar for eating, drinking, and merrymaking. Can I enter? No number. I mean, yes, please enter. The manager didn't dare to neglect her and stepped aside to invite them in. Upon entering, Bian Changxi saw a place resembling a casual tea restaurant. There was a bar selling alcohol in the distance, and on stage, a pretty girl dressed somewhat sexily, but still looking pure and refined was swaying her body and singing a soft song. What a civilized and high-class place. She signaled the manager, who was winking at someone to call for backup. You must know where the people they are looking for are. Take us there quickly. The sooner we find them, the sooner we leave. You don't want to affect your business, do you? People were already casting strange looks at the group that had just entered. The manager could only agree with a bitter taste in his mouth. Bian Changxi followed behind him and said to Bian Quang and Bai Heng, "We leave as soon as we find them. Don't cause trouble." Although causing a big scene wouldn't necessarily require Gu Shu to step in and fix it, it was trouble nonetheless. Few people who came here to spend money were kind souls. The manager led them down a staircase. The lights below were dim. The corridor was wide and carpeted with thick red rugs. The private rooms on both sides announced their names with flashing, bright neon lights. Hibiscus Court, Peony Room, Pleasure Cave, there were both elegant and vulgar names. Two of the private room doors were open, revealing bizarre lights inside. The sound system was deafening, mixed with obscene language, panting, and unbearable noises. Naked men and women even suddenly darted out from behind doors, frolicking. The two men protected Bian Changxi on both sides, looking at her nervously every few steps. Seeing her calm face, which was almost invisible in the dim light, acting as if she saw nothing and heard nothing, they felt guilty and indescribably complex emotions. She had changed too much. Finally, they arrived in front of a private room. The manager said nervously, "This is it. The BN family members are here." Bian Quang immediately pressed against the door and opened a crack. Inside, the room was packed with the rough, excited jeering of men and the coquettish laughter of women. Among them was the voice of a middle-aged woman persuading and scolding, and also Bian Wei's sobbing and struggling. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. Bian Quang had already pushed the door open and rushed in. Chaos ensued inside. She watched from the doorway. Bian Quang went in and pulled Bian Wei, who was hiding in a corner of the sofa, behind him. Next to Bian Wei was the noble-looking Lixi. Seeing her annoying stepson, Lixi immediately started screaming shrilly. Bian Quang kicked her over fiercely, without looking at anyone else, and quickly pulled Bian Wei out. At the same moment, Bai Heng also went in and looked around. Obviously, Mother Bai wasn't there. He grabbed Liu Shi, who had been kicked over. "Where's my mom? Where did you take her? Bastards. You too." The dried-up old man sitting in the center of the sofa, who had been holding Bian Wei's hand, shouted in rage. Bian Changxi took a look. It was him, Huang Guimin, Huang Laoer. Back then, she had followed Liu Ying into Area A and eavesdropped outside Huang Laoer's house, only to be set up instead, turning Area A into a fire pit. Because of that incident, this Huang Laoer had also been affected and became unpopular with Zhuje Yunma. And because he coveted Chen Yisha, Bian Changxi had secretly tripped him up to make his life difficult. She didn't expect this old man to be living a life of debauchery again. His vitality was tenacious. Needless to say, Liu Shi definitely wanted to offer Bian Wei to this person. This wretched old man liked girls of this age the most. A complete pervert. She thought uncharitably. Is Bian Wei unhappy because the other party is a disgusting, wretched old man? She didn't want to cause trouble, but since the opponent was Huang Laoer, it was different. Whether Huang Laoer was back in favor with Zhuje Yunma or not, Zhuje Yunma's precious son was sitting in a dungeon. It didn't make much difference. She threw a flying knife that grazed Huang Laoer's ear and nailed into the back of the sofa. Standing at the door, she said coldly, "You shout quite loudly. This officer is still alive. Are the personal guards you brought thick enough?" At the same time, she signaled Bai Heng to drag Liu Shi out for interrogation. Huang Laoer had always believed Bian Changxi was responsible for that incident and hated her immensely. But she was rising like the sun at high noon. Seeing her now was truly enemies meeting on a narrow road, eyes blazing with hate. "It's you again. You little slut." Bai Heng, who was about to drag Liu Shi up, heard this sentence. Still gripping Liu Shi with one hand, he immediately straightened his back and prepared to attack with the other. Bian Changxi was faster than him. A tough, thick vine whipped out, wrapped around Huang Laoer's neck and pulled back. Huang Laoer was yanked off the sofa. With a bang, he smashed the coffee table. Noodles, wine bottles, cups, and plates shattered everywhere. He lay amidst a pile of glass shards and liquor, unable to get up for a long time. His men in the private room were about to rush up, but seeing this display, they immediately cowered, looking at each other. Some women covered their heads and screamed. Bian Changxi paced over, her hard boot sole stepping on Huang Laoer's withered face. "Ever since you set your sights on Chen Yisha, I've wanted to deal with you. Do you know why you're still alive?" Huang Laoer wilted. The other half of his face, his arms, and his chest were pierced by glass shards, bleeding onto the floor. He trembled in fear. "Mercy, mercy. Not because of your big backer, but because I didn't want to dirty my hands with someone like you. Don't force me to kill you." Bian Changxi wasn't a saint, but she didn't want to take a life over a trivial matter. Huang Laoer was disgusting and vicious, but she didn't think he was worth the effort to eliminate, nor could such a small character threaten her. She kicked him in the forehead with the tip of her boot. He fainted without a word, blood slowly oozing from his head, eliciting another round of screams. She scanned the room like she was looking at dead fish. Outside the door, Bai Heng said, "I got the location. Shaoxi, let's go." The group made several turns and arrived at a messy utility room next to the kitchen. Several burly men were surrounding a woman who seemed insane, shouting and laughing at her. Bai Heng's eyes instantly turned red. With a loud yell, several golden blades flashed, and the men's voices cut off abruptly as they crashed to the ground. The person on the ground, covered in dust with disheveled hair, truly looking like a madwoman, was indeed Mother Bai. Bai Heng couldn't calm her down, so he had to knock her unconscious and carry her on his back. After standing up, he glared at Liu Shi with a look that could eat people. Liu, she hid straight behind Bian Quang. Let's go first. You have plenty of time for your grudges once we're out. Bian Changxi led the way out. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Her expression changed, and she hurried over, but it was too late. The others rushed over and were shocked looking at the staircase. Bian Wei cried out, "It was open when we came down just now. Why is there a door now?" This place was about 2 meters lower than the private room floor they were just on. There was a staircase leading down, but now the staircase entrance was sealed by an iron gate. Bian Changxi went up and knocked on it, checking the edges. It must have dropped from above. She stepped back a few paces and fired a shot at the iron gate, leaving only a shallow dent. The bullet almost ricocheted back. "Careful." Bian Quang went up and stabbed it a few times with wind blades, but there was no reaction. Bai Heng's golden blades only left scratches a few millimeters deep. "They want to trap us here," he said grimly, disbelief in his voice. Bian Quang looked at Bian Changxi and whispered, "This place was opened by Zhu Qin. His father, Commander-in-Chief Zhu Yunma, is at odds with Gu Shu. I implicated you. I was prepared before I came in, I just didn't expect them to actually come," Bian Changxi said. In fact, with Gu Shu detaining Zhu Qin, Zhu Yunma would naturally try every means to grab Gu Shu's weak point. This made it easy for him to target her. Usually, she was very careful and never went out alone. Although she was alone earlier, she was later with Chen Yisha, and wearing glasses and a mask made her hard to recognize. Plus, as long as she didn't walk in remote alleys, no one could plot against her in the crowded streets. Entering this bar was largely because she felt she could get out quickly. Even if this was the Zhu family's territory, they might not react so fast. After Zhu Qin went missing, this place had declined rapidly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Bian Quang and the others cause a scene for so long earlier. Even if they reacted between her, Bian Quang, and Bai Heng, none of them were pushovers. Well, now look. In just a short while, a single oversight led to a sealed door. "Are there no other exits here?" she asked Shu Dahai. The answer was negative. She felt around the steel door and took out 2 black strip bombs. "Do you think these can blow it open?" Don't. It will collapse. Shu Dahai waved his hands repeatedly, his face pale. No one paid attention to him. Bian Quang said, "Even if it collapses, we can get out. The problem is, I'm afraid the outside is already heavily armed and waiting. If it were just the 3 of them, it would be easy to handle. But Bai Heng had his mom, and Bian Quang had his sister. Li Shi was automatically filtered out. No one cared if she lived or died. Too much baggage." Bian Changxi went to the wall on the other side. She pressed her hand against the wall, letting her wood energy permeate it, just like she did in the Jiandai tunnel. It seeped in densely as she asked Shu Dahai, "What's outside here and what's above?" Outside should be the foundation. There don't seem to be any buildings dug into the ground around here, but I'm not sure. Above is uncertain too. It could be the ground, it could be a private room, or it could be a thick layer of concrete. Another young man, who looked relatively sharp, said, "I know. Above the storage room is a private room, Guntal Township. Because the storage room is dug relatively deep, there's a private room right above it. Take us to see it." The group followed the young man to the storage room. This storage room was over 10 square meters. A large freezer held frozen meat, ribs, fish, and shrimp. Another freezer held vegetables, but they were all cabbage, garlic sprouts, potatoes, and onions, a limited variety. After the deep winter set in, the base's planting industry suffered massive disasters. Many plants planted earlier died from the cold, and many planted later struggled to even sprout. Those that could grow were cold-loving and cold-resistant vegetables that could grow in winter, or vegetables stored from before. The third freezer contained flour products, mostly dried vermicelli and brand-name noodles, along with some frozen dumplings and mantu. Aside from that, there were dried goods and mountain products like shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, ham, sausages, well-packaged salted duck, roast chicken, duck tongues, chicken feet, and pig trotters. It seemed that in the apocalypse, ingredients were singular and scarce. Even in a bar like this, there were no good dishes to entertain guests. Other staple foods were scarce. There were only 3 bags of rice. Presumably, people didn't come here to eat rice. There was a lot of flour, about 20 bags. Oil, various condiments, and stacks of honeycomb briquettes were in the corner. Seeing these things, Bian Changxi had an idea. She asked the others to leave, keeping only Bian Quang and Bai Heng. She took out 2 rings from her farm. These are 2 spatial devices. Each has over 200 square meters of space inside. Since we're here, we might as well take these things. You 2 take 1 spatial device each and split the loot. Bai Heng was hearing the term spatial device for the first time. Bian Quang had heard long ago that Zhuje Yunma was asking people to research this. His surprise was even greater. Spatial device. You guys researched it, or did you buy it from Zhuje Yunma? No, this thing must be very precious and rare. I can't take it. Seeing this, Bai Heng also knew the item was precious and naturally wouldn't take it. As for its function, he could guess from the name. Take them. Although these things are few, I still have the leeway to distribute a couple. You will find them useful. Her expression was indifferent, her tone flat. We've known each other after all. This is the only help I can give you. I don't have the patience for anything else, nor can I do more. If you feel embarrassed, keep the existence of this thing a secret for me temporarily. Don't let others know it exists, and don't say I gave it to you. This is not only for me, but also for your own good. Her farm was huge, and she had given Gu Shu and the others high-end spatial devices. However, Bian Quang and Bai Heng, one was her cousin, the other a childhood playmate and former lover, had no space, no people, and no power. They belonged to the middle tier in the apocalypse. Having a spatial device in hand would make their lives much more convenient. It was just a spatial device of over 200 square meters. She had equipped many people with them. If she didn't give them one, she would feel somewhat guilty deep down. Moreover, with the spatial devices, she wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. Hurry up. Collect the supplies. I'm going to blow up the ceiling. Maybe there are people waiting for us to walk into a trap up there too, but it's better than a frontal conflict. I'll go up first in a moment, you follow with the others. We need to rush out in the shortest time possible. After speaking, she went out and asked the young man for details about the private room above. Apart from this young man and Shu Dahai's father-daughter pair, the others either looked at her group with hatred and fear or were crying. She ignored them all, not even sparing a second glance. These people were indeed trapped here because they were implicated by her, but she wouldn't necessarily cause their deaths. If they ended up with a bad outcome, it could only be said that their luck was bad. She couldn't be indecisive and hesitant because of concern for them. What she worried about now was whether Gu Shu had received the news that she was trapped here. After Bian Changxi left, only the 2 men remained in the dark, narrow storage room, staring at each other. Each held a ring. After a moment of silence, Bian Quang asked, "Are you guys estranged?" They were of similar age and had grown up together. They were originally extremely close, but when Bai Heng left back then, Bian Quang had chased him to the airport and beat him up severely. They hadn't been in contact since. Aren't you and she the same? Bian Quang smiled bitterly. It's my fault, but I don't know what I did wrong. You defend Bian Wei so much. If I were her, I wouldn't want to see you either. Bai Heng paused. Gu Shu. What kind of person is he? Him. He's someone we can't catch up to even if we try for a lifetime. He looked at Bai Heng. He is absolutely good to Shaoxi. Since you gave up back then, don't disturb her anymore. I estimate Gu Shu wouldn't give you that chance anyway. Neither of them was stupid. While talking, they had already figured out how to use the ring spatial devices. Then they quickly collected the supplies. Without speaking, they split identical supplies basically in half. Bian Changxi briefly explained the situation to Gu Shu via the communicator, telling him not to act rashly yet and that she would try to escape first. Before she finished speaking, Bian Quang and Bai Heng came out, and the storage room was empty. "Is that Gu Shu?" Bian Quang asked. "N." Bian Changxi hung up and walked in to place a table in a suitable spot, intending to stick a bomb to the ceiling. However, neither of the two men would let her do such a thing. The two tall and burly men stuck the bomb up in minutes. Then they said they couldn't let her go up first. After some discussion, the final plan was, after the ceiling blew open, Bai Heng would go up first, then Bian Changxi taking Bian Wei, and finally Bian Quang. If there was an ambush above, Bian Quang would block the most dangerous rear for her, and while he rushed the front, Bian Changxi and Bai Heng would cover him. Bian Changxi also gave him a machine gun just in case. Actually, Bai Heng wanted to switch with Bian Quang, but Mother Bai, being unconscious, wasn't as easy to handle as Bian Wei, so he had to carry her. The group hid outside the storage room. The door was closed. Bian Changxi pressed the remote button. 2 explosions came from inside, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling, as well as a few cries of pain and shouts of alarm. Bian Quang opened the door and rushed in. Concrete chunks were still falling inside, and dust filled the air. 2 people wearing combat uniforms were lying on the table and floor, along with stools and teacups. Bian Quang didn't even look at the 2 men. He kicked off the edge of the table and lunged toward the terrifying hole in the ceiling. As for the 2 men, Bian Changxi and Bai Heng finished them off instantly, 1 each. But Bian Quang didn't make it up smoothly. Because bullets were raining down tat-tat-tat from above, and it was a light machine gun. Bian Quang was forced back. 5 slender, thin, handleless flying knives suddenly hovered above Bian Changxi's left hand. The next moment, the flying knives accelerated abruptly and shot upwards. Bai Heng's golden blades followed suit. Several screams rang out from above. The gunfire paused. Bian Quang seized the opportunity to leap up, but then gunfire rang out again from above. Bian Changxi was still worried in the end. Letting Bai Heng provide support from below, she jumped up almost immediately after him. This private room wasn't big. A large chunk of the floor in the center had collapsed. Around it stood people who had been heavily armed before. But not all wore uniforms. Some wore waiter clothes. The manager from earlier was there too. They all had the same action: chasing Bian Quang with gunfire. Bian Quang cleverly ran along the walls, tables, chairs, and LCD screens, firing a gun with one hand and throwing wind blades with the other. He immediately killed 2 people. Bian Changxi landed very close to the enemies. Perhaps her appearance was too sudden, and the opponents didn't react. She drew a tang sword from the farm and slashed backhand, killing 1 person. The 2 people on her left and right immediately aimed their guns at her. She retreated 2 steps rapidly and stepped into empty air, falling. But actually, she grabbed the edge of the hole. Vines shot out from her hand, hooking the ankles of the 2 men and pulling them down. As the 2 fell, she switched the tang sword for a small knife, slitting a throat and stabbing a back. By the time the 2 hit the ground, they were half dead. The remaining half of their lives was easily harvested by Bai Heng. Bian Changxi flipped back up. That corner, now missing 3 people, had enough space for her to stand. Before her feet even touched the ground, the flying knives in her hand shot out. The enemies weren't useless. They moved quickly to dodge. Bian Changxi's psychic element wasn't mature yet, so the speed and power of the flying knives were still weak. Only 2 knives injured the flesh of 2 people without hitting vitals. But because they were busy dodging the flying knives, they momentarily ignored Bian Quang. Bian Quang seized the opportunity and killed 3 more. 2 fell earlier, Bian Quang killed 2, Bian Changxi took out 3, and now Bian Quang solved 3 more. A total of 10 people. Now, only 2 people remained in the private room. One was that manager. Bian Quang was close to the manager and pounced to grab him. The other person was extremely close to the door. Seeing things go south, he fled out the door. Bian Changxi fired a shot, hitting him right in the back of the heart, but it only made him stumble, pushing him out the door. Several people happened to arrive outside the door. It looked like they had just arrived. The man who fled shouted, "Commander, they are trying to escape. They killed our men." "Commander." Bian Changxi looked up. What a coincidence, it was actually Zhuje Yunma. The biggest characteristic Zhuje Yunma gave people was an aura of bold decisiveness. He walked with the stride of a dragon and the steps of a tiger, very imposing. He was in his 50s, but looked only in his early 40s. His face was naturally stern, and his expression was even sterner. He came aggressively, with quite a few people. "You are Bian Changxi." His slightly frosted eyebrows pressed down heavily, like a mountain. Bian Changxi was only surprised for a moment at first. Immediately after, she showed no signs of surprise or fear. By this time, Bai Heng carrying his unconscious mother and Bian Quang pulling Bian Wei had all come up. Even though they were all staring at the people outside the door, Bian Changxi met Zhuje Yunma's gaze indifferently. "It's me. What do you want?" "Keep me here as a bargaining chip to exchange for your precious son." Zhuje Yunma harumphed. "Gu Shu promised me not to hurt Chinar, so I won't hurt you. Stand there obediently. Gu Shu will be here soon." He waved his hand, and the people behind him stepped up in unison to block the doorway. She took a look. They were all lean men in plain clothes. They should be Zhuje Yunma's trusted guard regiment. Looking at Zhuje Yunma, who had hastily thrown on clothes, he had probably been resting here just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so quickly. Bian Changxi sneered. She turned her face slightly and gave a look to Bian Quang and Bai Heng, then took out 2 more bombs. "Gooting so close, aren't you afraid I'll break the net with the fish?" The other party's expression became grim. Just as he was about to speak, Bian Changxi whipped a vine to slam the door shut. Immediately, a tractor was braced against the door. At the same time, she tossed the bomb. When it touched the ceiling, she detonated it. Bang boom! The ceiling above exploded. Shielding herself from falling rocks, Bian Changxi wrapped vines around the structure above and kicked off with her legs to jump up. Above was a corridor. Hearing the gunfight below, the people in the private rooms on both sides had retreated and headed out, based on the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. At this moment, the surroundings were empty. People stood in the distance, watching the floor explode and a figure jump up. Bian Changxi wanted to escape through the exit, but then she saw windows and curtains on the other side. She ran to the window and looked. Outside was the main street. Right, this was already the ground floor. She was overjoyed. "Come up quick. There's an exit up here." There was already gunfire below. Zhuje Yunma's men were ramming the door. This time, with Bian Quang taking Bian Wei and Bai Heng carrying Mother Bai, they leaped up with the powerful jumping ability of ability users and Bian Changxi's help. The people below also rushed into the private room. Bian Changxi aimed accurately and smashed a car down on them. Having a space was just that good. Take whatever you want, whenever and wherever. Though wasting a car was a pity. She would have to store some huge rocks tomorrow. Immediately after, she followed them and jumped out of the broken window. She rolled upon landing to cushion the impact. When she stood up, people were staring in astonishment, and the bar staff were chasing out from behind. "Run!" She took out her communicator while running. "We're out on the street. People are chasing from behind. Ah, a group is coming from the front too." Seeing the military vehicle and obviously elite troops ahead, she told the others to follow her into an alley. After running for a while, they arrived at another street. A Land Rover screeched to a halt in front of them. Gu Shu opened the car door and looked sideways at them. "Good in." Bian Changxi sat in the passenger seat, panting slightly. You came personally. I organized people to come as soon as I received Ju Yunma's threat. I was closest to you. Gu Shu looked at her dusty and disheveled appearance. Are you okay? I'm fine, just look dirty. Gu Shu wanted to check her uneasily, but there were 4 people in the back seat. He could only say to them, there's an intersection ahead. I'll have someone send you off. Bian Quang hurriedly said, no need. Just stop the car and we'll leave. We implicated Shaoxi this time. Bai Heng looked at Gu Shu through the rearview mirror. He had seen Gu Shu twice before. This was the 3rd time, and also the first time seeing him so serious and stern, like a beast scrutinizing a natural enemy. Gu Shu met his gaze in the rearview mirror and curled his lips slightly. Unlike Bai Heng's tense sharpness, his eyes and brows revealed a relaxed composure, as if the other party was just an ordinary person. Bai Heng felt as if all his strength had hit empty air. His chest felt stifled, but he had to admit that whether in aura, temperament, or the most superficial appearance, this man was extremely outstanding. He was completely worthy of Bian Changxi. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the top of Bian Changxi's head in the front seat, whispering, "Thank you so much for today. I will definitely repay this favor in the future." Bian Changxi paused, not turning her head. Okay. She thought for a moment and asked Gu Shu, will Ju Yunma turn to target them? Gu Shu shook his head. He doesn't have the guts, nor the necessity. If you hadn't accidentally barged into his territory, he wouldn't have dared to act against you rashly. After all, he's wary of the consequences. Even if he did something to Bian Quang and Bai Heng, Gu Shu wouldn't necessarily submit. No, it was absolutely impossible for him to compromise because of that. Ju Yunma had also investigated their relationship clearly. He wouldn't risk falling out with Gu Shu over such a minimal possibility.